Namaskar, a very pleasant morning. The esteemed officials, Mrs. Nupur Jhunjhunwala, the co-founder and trustee ChangeInkk, Mrs. Aprajita Singh, the team official, a galaxy of invited speakers, including Dr. Geet O'Brien, founder Orchids Foundation, Professor Brij Bhushan, Professor HAG, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Kanpur, Mrs. Richa Gupta, Assistant Professor, Human Centered Design, IIT Delhi, Mrs. Ambika Saxena, Head Coach, Intel, Mr. Vipul Tellor, Seniors Program Officer, Bhadwani Institute for AI, Mrs. Nabila Atta and Mr. T. Khalid, call center, Mrs. Manisha Verma, Faculty I, Army Public School, Mr. Jayasudhan Munasamy, founder, Let's Talk Science, Mr. Nitin Saluja, Director, Government and Public Affairs, India at the LEGO Group, Mr. Sagri Chatterjee, Partnerships Lead, Canva, the fellow participants, including the teachers, faculty members, schools, institutional administrators, academic researchers, special educators, edutech professionals, library and information science professionals, students who have joined us in person here at DELNET New Delhi and also online from different parts of India and outside, the officials of ChangeInkk Foundation, the support staff of MASH Project Foundation, my colleagues here at DELNET New Delhi and also its offices at Bangalore, Pune and Vadodara, ladies and gentlemen. I, Dr. ChangeInkk Kaul, Director DELNET, on behalf of DELNET and also ChangeInkk Foundation, extends a very warm hearty welcome to all of you to today's program, AI for Inclusive Education, leveraging AI for identifying, supporting, and nurturing students with disabilities with a focus on SLD, an official pre-summit event ahead of India AI Impact Summit 2026. On behalf of organizers, we express our sincere gratitude to India AI Impact Summit Secretariat at Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, for their very gracious support and approval in organizing today's pre-summit event. On behalf of DELNET, we express our boundless thanks and gratitude to ChangeInkk Foundation for choosing DELNET as a partner for organizing the program. We are indeed much grateful to Mrs. Nupur Jhunjhunwala ji, the co-founder and trustee ChangeInkk Foundation, for this excellent opportunity. We would like to share that today it's a great coincidence that today is also on February 10th. World is celebrating the Safer Internet Day, which is observed every year on the second Tuesday of the month of February. This year's theme, as announced by MITI for Safer Internet Day, is Smart Tech, Safe Choices, exploring the safe and responsible use of AI. Wishing you all a truly enlightening and an empowering Safer Internet Day today. I take pleasure now in apprising you about the host organizations, and I'm much pleased to inform you that ChangeInkk Foundation is a not-for-profit organization on a mission to unlock the potential of 200 million Indians with specific learning disabilities to accelerate growth and innovation. They have enabled 60% increase in training teachers for students with disabilities. Their impact has been enormous, with top 130 universities being strengthened, and there has been an 87% reduction in SLD diagnosis time. The major key interventions, just to name a few: national recognition, presented the mission to Honorable Prime Minister at Akhil Bharatiya Shikshan Sangam in 2023. The global acknowledgements, just to name a few of them, they showcased at G20 Education Working Group by the Ministries of Education and Skill Development, Inclusive Education Partner for Central Commonwealth of Learning. Some of the policy actions being undertaken includes engaged with 5 Government of India ministries, unlocked between 500 plus crores in government budgets for SLD initiatives, enabled 50 plus critical regulatory and policy decisions to identify, support, and nurture SLDs, technical support to 6 communities impacting 2.5 million teachers across 440,000 schools, embedded SLD inclusion in government policies, impacting tech innovation, solution development, and mission, enabled Ministry of Education to embed SLD inclusion in higher education, now integrated in the National Multi-Mission Teachers Training Programs, which has strengthened 130 plus top universities, also building a national inclusive employability framework for future-ready, let's say, workforce with 1,600 employees being enhanced. Some of their national advocacy initiatives included the Gold Pet, which illuminated iconic landmarks, including Rashtrapati Bhavan, Parliament, and state buildings. Walks for dyslexia and reach 5,200 plus walks across India. I'm also much glad to inform you about DELNET, where we are hosting this program, which is the single largest library network in entire South Asia, connecting more than 10,000, almost 10,000 plus institutions scattered across India and many other countries. We are the single largest network in entire South Asia, and at a global level, we stand at number 2. It is a 33 years old organization which is working relentlessly, and our major goal and aim is always to strengthen the affordability, accessibility, equitability, and inclusivity is also one of our major focus areas. On this occasion, I would like to share with you the golden words of appreciation from our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and to quote, DELNET has been doing laudable work in expanding the network of libraries and sharing knowledge for over 3 decades. Such efforts have strengthened the collective resolve to build an inclusive knowledge society and meet the growing demands on our information landscape, unquote. It's a profound honor for the organizers, Changing Foundation, and also DELNET to have organizing today this very important meet today. We would like to initiate this program. I would now like to request Mrs. Aprajita Singh, who may like to apprise you all about the context of having today's workshop. May I have a pleasure of requesting Mrs. Aprajita Singh to kindly address all of you. It's over to you, Aprajita.
A very good morning to all of you. This is Aprajita. I'll be with you during your group discussion sessions today with the ChangeInkk team. Before we get into the sessions, just setting a quick context for what the day looks like for us, right? We have a room full of teachers, right? And today there'll be a little bit of role reversal where the teachers are going to be the students for a lot of group discussions that we are going to establish. The idea is that we learn a little bit more about AI to understand how can it go beyond learning, how can it assist you as teachers in your classrooms, and that's the entire motto for us, that we know a little bit more of AI, we know a little bit more of how to integrate that in our class for identification, remediation, teaching, all of it. And the first session that we are going to have right now, we are going to establish a context and understand specific learning disabilities a little bit more before we try and understand how AI can play a role to strengthen inclusion in your classrooms. So I'm handing this over to Shreya to call our first speaker for the day.
Thanks, Aprajita. Right, so we're still seeing some people get settled in. Well, before we invite Dr. Geet over here, I'd like to quickly introduce her to the room here. Dr. Geet Oberoi, founder of Orchids Foundation, has a doctorate in efficacy of remedial intervention in specific learning disabilities. She has over 25 years experience in the field of special education. Her main areas of work include assessment and remediation to children with special needs and professional development courses, primarily for instructors. In recent years, she has delved in research to enhance the concept of inclusion in the Indian education system. She was awarded the Guruvar Award for Outstanding Indian Teacher of Children with Special Needs in Jan 2010 and Women Achiever Award 2012, where she was felicitated for working committedly in the field of special education. Thank you, ma'am. We welcome you on stage now.
इसकी 10th Feb है ना?
Share my screen.
Is there a clicker? और अलग कुछ stand है? Clicker नहीं?
एक minute, sir. I'm just going to copy it so that. It's okay. I think you can begin. We'll figure this out.
Yeah.
We'll get this fixed.
Namaskar everyone.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is everybody in? Guys, my name is Dr. Geet Oberoi, and you can't hear me? Yes, huh? All right. Huh? All right. Okay, so I'll be talking about early intervention today, screening and identification of children with special needs, especially SLD. SLD, specific learning disabilities, right? मैं दोनों हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में बात करूंगी. If anybody has any question, उसी टाइम अपना हाथ ऊपर करके ना मेरे से पूछ लीजिएगा, because when I'm talking, I might, lose my train of thought. So I'm giving you the permission to stop me there and ask me if there is a question. The fact that this is on EI, not EI, sorry, EI and AI. So EI and EI stands for early intervention, and AI we all know. The whole idea is कि हम we leverage AI so that we as regular teachers, आप में तो सारे regular teachers ही हैं कि special educators भी हैं? All special educators? No. Sorry? Oh, excellent. All right. So basically a school community, including general ed teachers, subject teachers, librarians, as well as special educators. Right? So, जब मैं specific learning disabilities की बात करती हूँ, all right, screening learning difficulties in school children. I'm going to start because we don't have too much of time. The tagline is something which I would like you guys to read, because the disability may be invisible, but the child is not. So of all the 21 disabilities जो PWD Act में है, उसमें से कई disabilities ऐसी हैं जिसको हम hidden बोलते हैं या invisible बोलते हैं. मतलब कि जो हमारे को अपनी आंखों से नजर नहीं आती है, बच्चे को देख के पता नहीं चलता है कि इसके अंदर कोई disability हो सकती है. So specific learning disability is one of such disabilities wherein you walk fine, you talk fine, you can be a great sports person or an artist or a designer, but still have reading writing difficulty. All right, so this is the reason why कि आपके classroom जिसके अंदर 40 बच्चे हैं, उसमें से एक या दो बच्चों को specific learning disabilities हो सकती है, पर क्योंकि हमारे बीएड प्रोग्राम में और हमारी ट्रेनिंग में हमारे को नहीं सिखाया गया था, तो हमारे को पता ही नहीं चलता. And these children then fall through the cracks, जो हम कहते हैं systemic cracks होते हैं, and over time A, do not learn anything, B, have no skills, and 3, unfortunately may have social, emotional and behavioral issues with time. और ये स्कूल में drop out हो सकते हैं, and it can lead to disastrous consequences like self-harm and even committing suicide, which is recently we have seen a lot of that happening. All right. So there are 4 types of invisible disabilities in our classrooms. एक है specific learning disabilities जिसके अंदर dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, dyspraxia आता है. Next is mild IQ. Mild IQ intellectual quotient को हम slow learner भी कहते हैं. That means where the IQ is borderline and the child is neither in the category of cognitively efficient or cognitively dysfunction, जिसे कहते हैं वो आईडी के अंदर भी नहीं आते हैं और नॉर्मल आईक्यू के अंदर भी नहीं आते हैं, वो बीच में होते हैं. सो उन बच्चों के लिए हमारी पीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट में कोई अकोमोडेशंस नहीं है. तीसरा है माइल्ड ऑटिज्म. दो ऑटिज्म इज कवर्ड बाय एसएलडी. जो माइल्ड ऑटिस्टिक बच्चे होते हैं उनका कोई ऐसा बिहेवियरल इशू इतना ड्रास्टिक नहीं होता है कि आप लोगों को देख के पता चल जाए कि कोई प्रॉब्लम है. एंड द लास्ट वन इज एडीएचडी, जो हम सारों ने आई थिंक सुना होगा, विच इज अटेंशन डेफिसिट हाइपर एक्टिव डिसऑर्डर. It is a neurological problem, but unfortunately it is not recognized by our country in the PWD Act. आपको किसी को भी लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है, मैं आपको पीपीटी दे दूंगी. I will tell them to give you the PPT, guys. Just listen to me. मेरे को सुनिएगा, मेरे को समझने की कोशिश करिएगा, वो कुछ ना समझ में आए तो मेरे से पूछ लीजिएगा. पीपीटी मैं आपको दे दूंगी. Alright. Next is specific learning disabilities की मैं definition में नहीं जा रही हूँ. I'm sure it is something which you all already know. If you don't, just remember it is difficulty with reading, writing, comprehension, math, organizing. Alright. Next is, तो हमारा लॉ क्या कहता है? हमारा लॉ कहता है कि इन सारों को अकोमोडेट किया जाए, इन सारों को स्क्रीन किया जाए, इन सारों को वो कंसेशंस दिए जाएं जो हम कहते हैं. हम कहते हैं अच्छा साहब हम कर देंगे, पर हमारे को पता कैसे चलेगा कि आपको डिसलेक्सिया है या आपको डिसलेक्सिया है या मेरे को डिसकैलकुलिया, कैसे पता चलेगा हमारे को? स्पेशली व्हेन द चाइल्ड इज यंग. हमारे माथों पे तो लिखा नहीं है. कई डिसेबिलिटीज ऐसी होती हैं जो हम देख के बता देते हैं कि हाँ द चाइल्ड हैज अ डिसेबिलिटी. It is a fact, like if there's a Down syndrome child in your classroom, you will look at a child and you know that there is some deficiencies, there are some strengths. But a SLD child, you will never be able to make out unless you look at his performance in the classroom, unless you make him stand up and read, write, do math or do have some behavioral issues. ठीक है ना? तो हमारे पास स्क्रीनिंग टूल एसएलडी के लिए स्पेसिफिकली अर्ली नहीं है. ये हमारे देश के लफड़े हैं जो मैं आपको बता दूं. लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस है, चाहे टीचर्स कह लो चाहे पेरेंट्स कह लो. इन सालों में बड़े शहरों में इट्स अ बेटर डील, पर छोटे शहरों में अभी भी टीचर्स को कुछ खास पता नहीं है. लैक ऑफ अकाउंटेबिलिटी. बहुत स्कूल दिल्ली में भी ऐसे हैं जो पेरेंट्स को कहते हैं आप अपने बच्चे को निकाल लो बिकॉज वी आर नॉट इक्विप्ड टू डील विद. अब इक्विप्ड का क्या मतलब है? ये पेरेंट की फॉल्ट नहीं है, ना ही ये बच्चे की फॉल्ट है. ये हमारी सिस्टम की फॉल्ट है क्योंकि वो स्कूल्स को अकाउंटेबल नहीं रखता है. स्कूल्स निकाल देते हैं, क्या उसका कोई कॉन्सिक्वेंस नहीं. यू अंडरस्टैंड? सो इट्स अ सिस्टमिक फेलियर, नॉट अ फेलियर ऑन पार्ट ऑफ द पेरेंट और द चाइल्ड. एंड द लास्ट वन इज लैक ऑफ ट्रेन्ड प्रोफेशनल्स, व्हिच इज अ फैक्ट दैट स्पेशल एजुकेटर्स बहुत कम है हमारे देश में, और जो नीड है, जो डिमांड है, वो बहुत हाई है. But that is again not the problem with you and I right now. You guys are already teachers. You guys are already trained to be in the school. You are already part of the teaching and non-teaching community. ये थोड़े से आंकड़े हैं जिसके अंदर हाँ पहुंच गए. चलो so I'm not doing anything. So just moving on this. हाँ next slide. तो ये थोड़े से आंकड़े हैं जिसके अंदर आप फर्स्ट वाला देखो. ये आपको जब मैं दे दूंगी तब आप पढ़ लेना, बिकॉज़ टाइम नहीं है. ओ, जब मैं आपको दे दूंगी आप तब देख लेना, मेरे पास अभी टाइम नहीं है. पर फर्स्ट वाला देखिएगा. We need 7 million special educators for 35 million children with special needs, and we have only 28,000. मतलब ये कोई कंपैरिजन ही नहीं है, you know. And then going on to, there are 35 million children with learning disability, but only 300,000 or 3 lakh children are reported in the system कि इनको problem है या हो सकती है. All right. So look at the discrepancy of demand and supply. कहाँ क्या कितनी जरूरत है हमारे को और कितनी हमारे पास है. So सबसे ज्यादा sensible solution क्या है? It is to screen children at early years. अगर आप मुझे दूसरी का बच्चा दोगे, I can give you a guarantee कि I'll put the child on track and mainstream. पर अगर आप मुझे एक बच्चा दोगे जो 7वीं में पढ़ता है पर उसका काम दूसरी का है, 5 साल का गैप तो ऑलरेडी है ना. मैं कुछ कर पाऊंगी ना आप लोग कुछ कर पाओगे, बिकॉज बाय द टाइम 5 साल और बीतेंगे वो 12वीं में आएगा तो वो गैप कवर नहीं हो सकता है. So the need of the hour is early intervention. और आपकी NEP 2020 भी ये कहती है कि don't wait for diagnosis. कि एक बच्चे को जब तक उसका डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेट नहीं मिलेगा हम बच्चे के साथ काम नहीं करेंगे. नहीं. According to the ECCE, which is Early Childhood Care and Education, उसके अंतर्गत अगर बच्चे में डिफिकल्टी या साइंस या सिम्टम्स आपको नजर आते हैं और आपने उसको स्क्रीन करा है तो उस बच्चे के साथ आप काम करना शुरू कर सकते हैं. When I say आप, I mean whoever is in charge, whether special educator or teacher assistant or whoever it may be. So मैं आपको एक ऐप के बारे में बता रही हूँ जिसका नाम फर्स्ट स्क्रीन ऐप है. ये मेरी ही ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जिसका नाम ऑर्किड्स फाउंडेशन है उसने डेवलप करा है. दिस इज एन ऐप प्राइमरली फॉर SLD एंड एसोसिएटेड कंडीशंस, जिसके अंदर ADHD भी आ जाता है, माइल्ड ID भी आ जाता है और माइल्ड ASD. तो इनविजिबल डिसेबिलिटीज जो हैं वो आप इस ऐप के साथ आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं. प्लीज रिमेंबर इट्स अ स्क्रीनिंग ऐप. इसके बलबूते पे हम किसी भी बच्चे को कोई लेबल या डायग्नोसिस नहीं दे सकते. ऑलराइट. सो दिस इज अ स्क्रीनिंग ऐप. ये ऐप आप यू डोंट हैव टू वेट. हमारा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया PWD एक्ट कहता है कि आप तीसरी तक वेट करो जब तक बच्चा 8 साल का नहीं हो जाता है, बिकॉज तब तक बच्चे को फिर हम डायग्नोसिस कराएंगे फिर आप काम करो. पर अगर मैं बच्चे को स्क्रीन कर सकती हूँ क्लास 1 में ही, मैं क्यों 2 साल और बर्बाद करूं. In the long run, if we catch children young, start working with them, जो प्रेशर स्कूल या हमारी सोसाइटी या हमारे गवर्नमेंट पे आता है वो कम हो जाता है, बिकॉज रिसोर्सेज रिक्वायर्ड आर लेस. आप एक 6 साल के बच्चे के साथ काम करो और आप एक 12 साल के बच्चे के साथ काम करो, द डिफरेंस इन रिसोर्सेज इज कंसिडरेबल. नो मैम, पीछे. Please read the last line. Guys, it's a free app. It's a multilingual app. And it is an app which gives you a report at the end. ठीक है. आप सारों के पास फोन है, स्मार्टफोन है. कईयों के पास एंड्रॉयड होगा, कईयों के पास आईफोन होगा. तो can you all go on your Play Store or App Store, please, and look for First Screen app. Next, ma'am. First Screen app, guys. This what happened? Just go back, please. Yay chicken. Can you see? This is the logo which will come. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
So it will take you 4 minutes to download the app, register the app as a teacher, like as a teacher or as a part of the school community. You can screen as many children as you want. All right. This will give you, ma'am, can you go again? So this is, 1 second. This is how it would look like. If you see the child, this is the login number. It tells you about at-risk children, picking up at-risk children. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead. Again, it will tell you why, how, क्यों हुआ, कैसे किया, ये सब आप बाद में अपने आप पढ़ लीजिएगा. I'm not going to be telling you this. So this is how you will sign up. Once जैसे आप कोई भी ऐप डाउनलोड करते हैं, why you sign? Just sit here. No? Guys, why you sign? Because there's no space. Volunteer. Very wrong. Punishment दो ना volunteering. यहाँ पे just you can just shift one here and they can sit. And then you start adding students. The whole idea is that it will give you a visual report कि बच्चे में लफड़ा है या बच्चे में लफड़ा नहीं है. अगर है तो ये करो, अगर नहीं है तो chill. This is what it will tell you. It will take you 18 minutes to do one child, one screening. There is no money involved. There is no जिसे कहते हैं ना आपको मेरे को कुछ देना पड़ेगा या कुछ. There is no exchange. This is purely for the teacher and for the parent. This was made for a regular teacher. This is not made for special educators because उनको काफी हद तक training already है. So this is made for regular teachers. It is made for parents who are finding it difficult to understand what is wrong with their child. Again, it's a screening tool. It's screening. It gives you a positive screening. मतलब कि हो सकता है बच्चे में dyscalculia हो सकता है. Please remember that this is not diagnostic. But it's available in 12 languages. All right. Besides Hindi and English, it is available in all 4 South Indian languages. It is available in Assamese, Bengali, Gujarati, Marathi, Urdu, Punjabi, and Kannada, Tamil, Malayalam, and Telugu. So most languages in our country, it is available in. And you will see that it tells you to select the language and go forward. And everything else remains the same. That means anywhere in our country or even outside, we have started international usage also. You don't have to pay us, or the parent does not have to pay anything for it. It's absolutely free. And so there are 3 important things you'll have to keep in mind here. First, has the child been in a school for more than a year? Can anybody tell me why I'm asking this? कोई मुझे बताएगा? हाँ जी. Excellent. Yes, because देखो कोई बच्चा स्कूल में आता है अभी उसको इतना एक्सपोजर नहीं होता है as far as teaching is concerned. So हो सकता है कि V2 जो स्क्रीनिंग हम कर रहे हैं वो गलत आए. So that is the reason why we have to make sure any child we screen, we will have to make sure कि वो 1 साल के लिए कम से कम स्कूल में है. That means nursery को छोड़ दो. Nursery में we will not screen. I would say ideally KG end or class 1 is the right time to start screening the child. Please do not do it earlier than that because वो false positive होएगा. All right. Next is, do you know the child? Ma'am पीछे. Do you know the child for at least 6 months? Now tomorrow अगर आप मेरे को राहुल लेकर आते हैं कहते गीत मैम इसको आप screen कर दो, I'll be the wrong person. Why? Because I don't know Rahul. So वो ही screen कर सकता है जो बच्चे को जानता है. Either the parent or a teacher who has been with the child for at least 6 months. अगर आप ये स्क्रीनिंग अप्रैल में करते हैं जब आपकी नई क्लास आपके पास आती है, then you're doing it at the wrong time because अभी आपको बच्चों के बारे में पता नहीं है इतना. So the best time would be around October. Sorry? Yes, after the first term, around October, to make sure that you know how the child behaves, how the child performs, or maybe you go back to the previous teacher and ask her कि ये पहले भी ऐसे करता था कि नहीं. All right? And the next one is these three rules. Please keep these three things in mind. Did you attempt to test a child less than 3 months ago? Now, this is important more from a parent's perspective. Why? अगर parent अपने बच्चे की screening करती है और वहाँ पे आता है कि कोई problem है, तो वो फिर घड़ी ठीक हुआ, ठीक हुआ, ठीक हुआ. You know, a lot of parents are very anxious. So we say that अगर मैं आपको कहती हूँ कि बच्चे में किसी चीज की problem या weakness या deficit है, तो आप उस बच्चे के साथ 3 महीने के लिए काम करो. I will tell you which deficit, whether it's reading or comprehension or listening or speaking or whatever it may be. तो आप उस बच्चे के साथ 3 महीने काम करो और फिर रीस्क्रीन करो. 3 महीने से पहले स्क्रीन करोगे तो आपको स्क्रीनिंग करने नहीं देगा वो. It will say, oops, your time is not up. You get it? तो 3 महीने कम से कम आपको बच्चे के साथ काम करना है to see any change. When I say you have to work, I mean whoever is the person working with the child, whether it's a parent or a teacher or a special educator or an intern, whoever it may be. All right? So these are the three things you'll have to keep in mind. ऐसे क्वेश्चंस आएंगे. अगर आप देखोगे ऊपर लिखा है देयर इज अ वॉइस ओवर. अगर आप ऊपर जो मेगाफोन लगा है उसको करोगे तो वो वॉइस ओवर आएगा. इंग्लिश में भी आएगा, हिंदी में भी आ सकता है. If you want, next, yes, no, and sometimes is what you have to mark the child on. Ma'am, go on. Yeah, go on. Ma'am, this is how the report will come. If you see a visual pie, red means significant concerns, yellow means mild concerns, and green means no concerns. तो अगर आपके पास अपने इस बच्चे के लिए कोई ऐसा विजुअल आता है जिसमें रेड और येलो है, इसका मतलब उसको इंटरवेंशन की जरूरत है. ऑन द राइट साइड इज अ फुल टेबल ऑफ इंटरप्रिटेशन है. अगर ऐसा है तो ये, ऐसा है तो ये, देन यू नो एग्जैक्टली व्हाट नीड्स टू बी डन विद योर चाइल्ड फॉर 3 months. ऑलराइट, दिस इज नॉट नेसेसरी लाइक आई सेड कि स्पेशल एजुकेटर करे. You as general ed teachers, as class teachers, as a teacher who knows the child best, सिर्फ वो ही कर सकते हैं. All right, next ma'am. ये हर एक analysis, can you see these are the 9 analysis: reading, writing, oral language, math, motor coordination, social skills, attention, executive functions and memory. आपको इन सारे के सारे 9 डोमेन्स के बारे में बच्चे का जो प्रोफाइल है वो पता चलेगा. ऑलराइट, और इफ यू लुक एट द राइट साइड, ईच डोमेन इज फर्दर डिवाइडेड. अगर रीडिंग है तो उसमें डिकोडिंग, कोडिंग, वोकैबुलरी जो भी है, मतलब कि एक डोमेन को फर्दर डिवाइड करा हुआ है कि बच्चे के साथ काम करने में प्रॉब्लम ना आए. ऑलराइट, सो दिस इज जस्ट टू ईज द इंटरवेंशन कि कौन कौन से एरिया में मुझे इंटरवेंशन बच्चे के साथ करना है. This is the PDF which will come to you. You can download the PDF also, put it in the child's file, and there are many schools in Delhi and outside who are already using this first screen app in their whole SEN department to screen the children. We have Charu here who's going to just share a few words with you how they do it in Cambridge Junior School, so it gives you an idea. I'm going to ask her to do it now itself. Charu.
Thank you, Geet ma'am. Yeah, so I head the SEN department, which is in Cambridge School. And this first screen app, we've been using it, in fact, for the past 2 years. The teachers, the counselors, and sometimes we have suggested to parents too, where they still are having certain doubts that why. Because it's like going back, वापस जा करके reaffirm करना कि हाँ, जो टीचर कह रहा है वो वाकई ही कुछ हमें आगे और करने की जरूरत है, या इमीडिएट नेसेसरी स्टेप्स लेने की जरूरत है, और वो है आइदर सम काइंड ऑफ अ थेरेपी, चाहे वो ऑक्यूपेशनल थेरेपी हो सकती है, एकेडमिक ओरिएंटेड हो सकती है, और इट कैन बी अ मिक्स, could be speech and language. So it has been working, and we do a mix and match. But believe me, hidden disabilities is something which goes untapped. And we have seen many success stories in the past 2 3 years where early tapping can lead to a lot, can actually, जो बच्चे का confidence level जो drop हो जाता है drastically. We have seen children coming to us with their heads down, lack zero confidence, आंख मिलाकर नहीं देख पाते, because they have that fear. Maybe that teacher might ask me something and I really have no clue about it. Maybe my teacher might ask me to read this line and I don't know how to do it. My friends are able to do. They're so tiny at that age कि वो खुद से ही नहीं अनुमान लगा पाते हैं कि ये क्यों हो रहा है उनके साथ. So this is the best time to tap, and ये जो चीजें होती हैं dropping up and down, this should be stopped. And empowering the teachers, giving them awareness about that this is so quick, within 15 minutes, in the second time a teacher can screen and you get clarity. Now this is how we need to move on, and without wasting time we are doing that so that we can tap them early. And early intervention has created magic in a lot of children's life. And early years are the foundation building years, so it is a request, try this. I think I could see some of them very curious trying it out, thinking of that one child who's not able to read, or probably not able to do math sums, or maybe not wanting to write. So yes, very good, continue. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Charu. Okay, guys, Charu will be here in case anybody wants to, talk to her and ask her. The whole idea is that it has become, in certain schools, I'm not saying all schools, so it's become part of the protocol. कि आपके जो भी सिस्टम है आपके स्कूल में, सारे स्कूलों में अलग अलग सिस्टम होता है, पर बेसिकली मोर लेस एक ही द साइकिल रिमेन्स द सेम. क्या होता है, पहले आइडेंटिफिकेशन होती है या स्क्रीनिंग करते हैं, अगर स्क्रीनिंग टूल है हमारे पास, फिर हम पेरेंट्स को बुलाते हैं, क्योंकि पेरेंट्स के कंसेंट के बगैर हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं. फिर उसके बाद बच्चे की आईपी बनती है, फिर रेमिडिएशन शुरू होती है, और फिर इवैल्यूएशन होता है. तो मोर लेस सेम, but how systematically it's done, who are the people, who are the core people, who are the people who are in charge of certain things, it just makes the whole integrated process seamless. Tabhi, in case anybody wants any questions from Charu or any doubts, please कर लीजिएगा एक. दूसरी बात, बहुत दफा हमारे को स्कूलों में ये बोलते हैं कि हमारे को प्रशस्त यूज करना है. प्रशस्त is the NCRT app. I have nothing against Prashast. My only thing is this, that this app which I've shared with you first screen is primarily for SLD. ठीक है, Prashast is for all 21. और उसके अंदर प्रशस्त के अंदर I've used it also, and what I have seen is उसके अंदर सिर्फ 10 आइटम है. 10 सवालों के बलबूते पे आप बच्चे को चेक करते हो कि SLD है कि नहीं, which I think is a little unfair. दूसरी बात ये कि they need a special educator to fill in the form. अब स्कूल में अगर स्पेशल एजुकेटर है ही नहीं तो फिर फॉर्म कौन फिल करेगा? They need a teacher and a special educator. They need 2 people to fill the form. So that's where the lag is. So like I said, ki I'm giving you the reason why I'm not happy for SLD to be screened by Prashast. For other disabilities, yes, but for SLD, if I have a choice, then I will choose this. All right. Any questions anybody has, you can ask me. Hanji sir.
Ma'am, my name is Rahul. जैसे कि अगर हम कोई भी डिफिकल्टी जाती है बच्चे में, तो क्या होता है कि अगर हम जैसे कि स्क्रीनिंग कर दें तो पता चल जाए तो साथ में बच्चे चिढ़ाने लगते हैं। पेरेंट्स भी कंफर्टेबल नहीं होते हैं, मेरा बेटा ऐसा हो सकता है। तो ये किस तरह के वो कैसे डील कर सकते हैं?
देखिए सर, द पॉइंट इज दैट peer sensitization and parent sensitization is a must. अगर आपके स्कूल में चिल्ड्रन विद स्पेशल नीड्स हैं तो बाकी के बच्चों को, बाकी के स्कूल कम्युनिटी को पता होना चाहिए व्हाट इट मीन्स टू बी इंक्लूसिव। मतलब कि आप, अगर आपकी क्लास में कोई बच्चा एक व्हीलचेयर बच्चे का मजाक उड़ा रहा है, तो वहां पे आपको खड़े होके कहना है कि दिस इज नॉट अलाउड बिकॉज दिस इज एन इंक्लूसिव एनवायरनमेंट, यू हैव टू वॉक द टॉक। अगर आप कुछ नहीं करोगे, आप सिग्नल क्या दे रहे हो कि ठीक है, बच्चे को चढ़ाते रहो, बच्चे का मजाक उड़ाते रहो। सो दिस इज वेयर peer sensitization is very important. They all, the children have to know that we all, me, you, everybody comes with strengths and weaknesses. कई दफा कई बच्चे चश्मा पहनते हैं। अब ना चश्मा for all of us is a very normal thing, no? But when it started initially, so it's a big thing to have a chashma on your face. So the same way we have to include children and tell everybody else that it's okay to have a child who is not able to read, but we will help them. The same way a child who's not able to see the board is wearing glasses. So you have to normalize a group of children with different profiles. All right, sir. और as far as parents are concerned, आप में से यहाँ पे जो भी पेरेंट्स है वो मेरे साथ ज्यादा आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे दैट अगर आपको कोई बोले कि आपके बच्चे में कोई डिसेबिलिटी है, सो इट्स अ वेरी शॉकिंग थिंग, यू नो, एंड इट टेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम एंड effort to accept it. So you have to handhold the parent. Look, parent को अंदर से पता है कि कुछ गड़बड़ है, but वो accept करने में time लगाते हैं. So it is a difficult aspect to, you know, come in terms with. Please hold the parents' hand while doing it, is all I can say. Anybody else?
My name is Vinay Kanthola from NIIT University. So actually, just I would like to add 2 points here. The first point, which is very very important, is that still most of people, they are not aware about these. Okay, so we need to create awareness among the, the educationists and everyone who are there part of the society. Second is that because now lots of rules and regulations are also there. Recently one rule was implemented by government of India. So there are many rules. So still the people who are suffering and the parents, they are not aware about their rights, what are the protections. So I think that is also important point. So this is,
Yes, the awareness about what are the rights of the child, the right to education, awareness about what is disability, especially invisible disability, amongst the parent community and the school community is extremely, extremely important, like sir was saying. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. So it was very insightful, and I think your app could be very useful for our organization as well. So what we are facing in our school, sorry about my voice,
What's wrong with your voice? It's fine.
it's going out. So what we are facing right now are two situations. One, there's a severe lack of early intervention. Students have reached 8th grade, 9th grade, 12th grade. They don't have basic literacy skills till now, right? So like you mentioned, they've fallen through the cracks and we're trying to pull them out. So that's one thing, right? So could we use the first screen app for them and then move forward with that? Do you think that would be helpful there, or is it only for early
No,
intervention?
no, no, guys. This is for a school going children. वो तो early intervention पे मैंने इसलिए focus करा because this conference is about or my session is about EI. But this app is for all school going children starting from class 1 to class 12. So you can even check older
Eighth
kids
grader.
on this.
And
Yes.
ma'am, second thing that you mentioned that caught my eye was you mentioned something from ECCE about if a child shows signs of difficulties, even without them having a disability certificate, we can move ahead after the screening. We can move ahead.
Correct.
So could you explain a bit more on that? Because our second challenge is parents will come to us, we'll do the whole process, we'll explain they need help. The teachers have explained, they understand who we are and why we can help them, but then they don't go forward with any kind of assessments at all, regardless of how much we help them or try to convince them.
Look, like I said, for a parent it's a difficult thing to accept, right?
Right.
So एक चीज तो वो है, दूसरी चीज है कि दिल्ली के अंदर, दूसरे शहरों में अलग बात है, दिल्ली के अंदर डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेट लेना चांद के ऊपर जाने के बराबर है.
That
ठीक
is
है, इट्स
true.
एक्सट्रीमली डिफिकल्ट, इट टेक्स वेरी वेरी लॉन्ग, ऑलराइट. और इतनी जल्दी वैसे सच कराने की भी जरूरत नहीं है
No,
हमारे
ma'am,
को,
no,
क्योंकि
it's like the student is in fourth grade, he's in eighth grade, right? There's,
एट ग्रेड यू
yeah.
हैव टू पुट योर फुट डाउन एंड
Right,
टेल देम,
we
यू
have
नो.
to put our foot down,
करेक्ट.
and there's some protocols as well, right? Like we have to have disability certifications
करेक्ट.
to give the student resources,
हम्म.
like extra time, whatever accommodations we
हाँ.
need to provide as schools, right? So can you just explain how you've moved forward with the helping them part? Because
Look, here
without the
they
disability
have
certificate, we
to
won't be able to
understand
do
the
that.
profile of their child कि बच्चे को जरूरत है. Here, as a professional, you will have to really handhold the child, handhold the parent, and tell them, you know, if you are not able to do it, maybe the head of school or the coordinator or somebody else is in a position of authority to tell them that this is required.
Right.
Also, my thing is this, I mean, every school has their different opinion. My thing is this, that we actually do not need the disability certificate till class 9th, क्योंकि हमें CBSE देना होता है. 8वीं तक it's an internal school policy. तो why are we stressing the parent? तुम पहले दूसरी में कराओ, फिर चौथी में कराओ, फिर 5वीं में कराओ, फिर 8वीं में कराओ, फिर 9वीं में कराओ, फिर 12वीं के लिए कराओ. एक ही दफा करा सकते हैं. So if as a school setup you can take a decision that on the basis of a screening tool, whether it's first screen or प्रशस्त or whatever, पर उस बेसिस पे अगर बच्चा हमारे को पॉजिटिव दिख रहा है तो हम बच्चे के साथ काम करेंगे. और छठी में या 8वीं में whatever you guys decide as a protocol in the school,
Right, right.
ये नहीं कि कभी दूसरी में बनाने के लिए कह रहे हैं, कभी तीसरी में बनाने के लिए कह रहे हैं. So have a system put. Look, you and I will not be here tomorrow, but if you have a right system, the system will carry on.
System, yeah. Right.
So that is what you need to do. And I think in all schools should have regular parent. जैसे जिस दिन PTM होती है उस दिन ऐसी talks होनी चाहिए parents के लिए,
I agree.
to get them to become aware कि ऐसे बच्चे भी हैं. You know, how bad is the screen time for them, how social emotional aspect are right now at, जिसे कहते हैं ना, at war in today's world with our children's psyche. So all these things, I think आधा घंटा पौने घंटे का अगर हम रूटीन बना लें कि हर क्वार्टर पे पेरेंट के साथ बात करेंगे, they will understand. Look, it's not an overnight change.
I know.
It will take years. All right.
Thank you.
But like I said, you and I will not be there, but the system will be there. Put that. Anybody else? Has anybody been able to download the app? Guys, I'm giving you 5 minutes. Please download it. और एक imaginary बच्चा और एक real बच्चा, अगर आपके पास real बच्चा है, which I'm thinking हमारी सारी क्लासों में होते हैं, एक राहुल जरूर होता है. राहुल से कोई मेरा वो नहीं है, जो मेरे दिमाग में नाम आता है मैं बोल देती हूँ. Okay? तो so if you can do it, just do it. It will take you 10 minutes. मैम आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
I want to ask that you have mentioned that the slightly autistic children can be mild. Yeah, they can be diagnosed.
No, not diagnosed.
No, yeah, screen. Yeah. So my question is that I am aware of many autistic children. The schools they have been to, they are not at all included in the ordinary schools. So is it necessary for the autistic children to go to a special school, or they can be assimilated in the ordinary schools?
Ma'am, it really depends upon the
Condition.
functioning of the
Okay.
child. If it's a mild child, even some schools are equipped to deal with a moderate child. So it really depends upon what are the facilities available. Supposing आपके स्कूल में special educator भी है, OT भी है, speech language therapist भी है. In that
Okay.
case, then a child with autism can be accommodated in the school setup. पर अगर आपके school setup में SEN है ही नहीं, department ही नहीं है, फिर कैसे help करेंगे बच्चे को?
Thank you.
So guys, so do a imaginary child. कोई भी अपने ऊपर कर लो, अपने बच्चे पे कर लो, किसी पे भी कर लो. You'll see. Let's see कैसा आता है. हुआ? 10 minutes.
Dr. Oberoi, can I ask you one question, please? Yeah, this is Sangeeta Kaul. I'm heading DELNET. Just would like to know a little bit more about Orchids Foundation and also the kind of programs that you run with the institutions. So organization like DELNET, we have pan-India, as I said earlier, nearly 10,000 institutions, academic institutions. We have universities, colleges, we have medical hospitals onto the network. And as we all are being working tirelessly to, to sensitize, it's most important thing, the challenge that we find is to sensitize also the faculty members, because the students, when we are talking about, the UG and the PG level, right now we are concentrating more at the school education, and because that's very important, ultimately they come to the colleges. But we see it that there's a greater need, to bring in some reformative changes. And the kind of programs that you're running, because DELNET will be very happy to collaborate in some meaningful ways with Orchid Foundation. So what are kind of avenues which are being there? And okay, sure. No, I just thought because, since this is also being getting broadcasted live, to our institutions across, and this is inclusive education, because this is also the higher education that we talk about, apart from the elementary. And so would like to maybe perhaps, later on, but a little bit, if you can let us also know a little bit about Orchid Foundation as such.
So Orchid started in the year 2000. We've just completed 25 years. Guys, I'm saying this for ma'am. आप लोग अपना काम करो. Charu, just go around. And so what we started as a remedial center with one special educator and one child, which was me. And so remediation ke baad, we have really expanded in the last 25 years, where we do therapy, we do assessment, we do psychotherapy, we have teacher training capacity building programs, which we run with SNDT in Mumbai. And we have certain online courses, offline courses. We do a lot of workshops, either like this or at state level, national level. And we work very closely with DOE, which is the Directorate of Education in Delhi. We run 8 of their resource centers. It's been 5 years now. And besides that, we do, for school purposes, a lot of assessment camps. We can go out of station, out of the country to do assessment camps for a particular school or an area. Teacher training, awareness programs, online, offline, anywhere. So, and we'll be happy to collaborate with you for anything to do with awareness, and capacity building and anything else. In fact, with ChangeInkk, we are just launching similar app for young adults from 18 to 30. So that would be something which maybe your staff or teaching community would like to be aware of, because they deal with older kids, right? So that, for that you can, touch base with either Purnita or Aprajita or anybody. So
Thank you,
anything.
yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Anybody is doing it? Huh? Okay. All right. Guys, even if you've started, it's okay. Because of the lag, it will take time. I don't want to, Just go home and try it once, and then you can share it with your, your colleagues or somebody else, or a parent for them. But make sure that when you're starting, if you put this in your protocol, make sure the PDF report is the first thing you put in the child's file, so that this was the starting point of giving the child support. So it will document your stand with the child कि कब किया, कब पता चला आपको कि बच्चे में कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, कब आपने रेड फ्लैग किया. All right, so it will give you documentation. All right, as far as the PPT is concerned, I will ask Aprajita, just put it in a PDF and please give it to everyone.
Yes, we'll be sharing a whole set of resources with all the attendees and registrants. We'll do that.
हाँ, वो PDF में डाल के उसमें आप खोल दो. Anybody for any question? I'm done. Any question? हाँ जी sir.
So I wanted to basically understand like the pedagogical basis or what has been referred or what areas are being captured while this questionnaire has been prepared. The screening tool, the questionnaire have been prepared. So we work with government schools essentially, and time, apart from awareness, capacity, time is also a very big constraint in such settings given the multi-grade, multi-level setup. So wanted to understand the pedagogical basis of this questionnaire, and also that is it non-negotiable to assess, to screen the child on all the parameters, or can this be shortened, or how to think about it? That's it.
So this is the research paper is published. I will share the research paper with you. This came out in the year 2020, and this was all the the validation study is there. I did not put it here because it's too much information. One, you cannot shorten the app, the questions. Why? Because the questions cover 9 domains, which are covering all 4 टाइप्स ऑफ लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटीज. ये सिर्फ डिसलेक्सिया के लिए नहीं है. अगर सिर्फ एक डिसलेक्सिया के लिए होता तो मैं सिर्फ रीडिंग राइटिंग पे फोकस करती. बट बिकॉज इट्स डिसलेक्सिया, इट इज ऑल्सो डिस्ग्राफिया, इट इज ऑल्सो डिस्कैलकुलिया, एंड इट्स ऑल्सो डिस्प्रैक्सिया. सो आई कैन नॉट टेक दैट आउट. एंड ऑल्सो फॉर एवरी स्क्रीनिंग, anybody in this world who's doing it, the sequence will be different. It's random, because we don't want anybody to रट्टो the sequence कि अब ये क्वेश्चन आएगा, अब ये क्वेश्चन आएगा. तो अगर आपने 10 दफा उस ऐप को यूज करा है, 10 दफा आपके पास एक रैंडम सीक्वेंसिंग करके आइटम्स आएंगे. So I'm not able to take it out. It has to be done. I think for a screening app, for a screening of a child, 15-20 मिनट तो हम निकाल ही सकते हैं ना, अगर हम बच्चे को मतलब कि it's a matter of the child's academic life. 15-20 minutes is an okay thing, I think. All right. Somebody here wanted to ask me something. Hanji ma'am. Oh yeah. All the categories of SLD. Yes, because dysgraphia and dyslexia are language verbal जिसको कहते हैं ना, verbal learning disabilities, and then there are non-verbal learning disabilities, right?
So
is
it covering both?
So I would say it covers language.
Yes.
But it does not cover totally if you're looking at an auditory processing disorder.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yes, so auditory process, if you say on the basis of this, yes, it will tell you the child has a problem in comprehension, because that's the main focus of auditory processing disorder, right?
Yes.
So comprehension का वो आपको बोलेगा. पर अगर आप इस screening tool को ये बोलोगे कि ये बच्चे को, yes, he's screening positive for auditory processing disorder, तो वो you can't do. Or I wouldn't do it.
Thank you so much. I think if we do it for a few few trials, we'll get to know.
You'll get to know. In all probability, it will pick it up, because it's covering vocabulary, it's covering reading, it's covering writing, it's also covering comprehension.
Great, thank you.
one more point I want to add, because this is a very good initiative. Because actually, what happens when students are in the higher education, then we think about it. But it is very good because if you recognize these disabilities at the school level, so because you are working with the DOE also, so can we do no? It's mandatory for the students while taking admission in the first class, because from the first class, if it has been recognized, so we can give treatment to him or her, and later on he or they can improve. I think you are with the DOE, so you can put this suggestion with them. I think this would be very helpful.
This is a great idea in terms of making it mandatory. अगर आप स्कूलों में मैंडेटरी कर देते हो, then the parents cannot also comment because it's part of the protocol. What are you doing? We are just focusing on the child's difficulties and the child's strengths. आपको ये बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है कि स्क्रीनिंग फॉर डिसेबिलिटी, स्क्रीनिंग फॉर, ये सब बोलने की जरूरत ही नहीं है हमारे को. We are screening for those areas which the child finds challenging, and we are going to leverage his strengths, because इसके अंदर आपको जो भी green area मिलेंगे वो सारे बच्चे के strength होंगे, right? So that way, and if every school makes it a part of overall screening, सारे बच्चों को screen करो, then nothing like it, because then you are not discriminating A from B from C like that, So yes, it's a very good idea. DOE का सर लफड़ा ये है कि वो प्रशस्ति यूज करेंगे, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का ठप्पा तो वहां है ना. मतलब कि सीधी सी बात है, वो चाहे अंडर द टेबल टीचर्स यूज कर रहे हो कुछ और, पर वो दिखाने के लिए दे कैन नॉट से दैट यू आर यूजिंग समथिंग एल्स अदर देन व्हाट.
The basic infra there, and even the librarians, they are also not aware. So that is also a problem. But actually, because if we start with the government school, then I think it would be a very good idea, and later on the private school can also follow. And that, as you said, that it should be for each and everyone, so that people may not mind if you say that it is only for the such students, such so in that case they can offend it. But if it is mandatory for all, then I think it would be accepted by.
Yes, if it's mandatory and if it's a system,
yes,
it's in the system, then it will be, then no parent can say anything, because सारों के बच्चे हो रहे हैं.
And they may not suffer, because actually कभी फोर्थ में फिफ्थ में आए तब जाके रिकॉग्नाइज होता है. देन अगर किसी चीज का इलाज हम at the very first stage हम कर दें, तो I think we can get a very good result.
सर एक चीज बोलूं, आप बुरा मत मानिएगा.
Yes,
एक तो जिन बच्चों को डिसलेक्सिया वगैरह होता है ना, वो सफर नहीं करते. ये सफर बोलना ना कि आई एम सफरिंग, ये डिजीज नहीं है, ठीक है ना, कंडीशन है. सो आई हैव अ कंडीशन. नो, मुझे पता है, मैं जब मुझे अकल नहीं थी मैं भी यही बोलती थी, पर अब मुझे अकल है. आई एम एन अडल्ट विद डिसकैल्कुलिया एंड ADHD. I was identified, my disability was identified when I was 29 years old. I am 55 now. तो धीरे धीरे पता चलता है that it can become your strength if you are working with your strength and you are not making such a हवा about your disability, पर मैं सफर नहीं कर रही, मतलब I am not suffering.
You rightly, ma'am, you rightly
it
said,
was a challenge, let me put it that
yes,
way.
Yes, you rightly said that, because actually I got specs in 6th class. So initially for 3-4 years I did not use it, because as you said that there was a hawa, because he is wearing specs. Correct. So after when I reached in 9th class, then I started using regularly. So that.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
100%, 100%. Oh, yes. Who are not doing well, yes. Organization.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, in the interest of time, we're very grateful for your questions, and we are very grateful that Geet ma'am has given us so much of her time. For more questions, we have Charu ma'am who will be with us throughout the day, and there will be specific sessions where you will get to ask more deeper questions to the experts present here. But right now, I'd like to invite Dr. Sangeeta Kaul.
So thank you very much, Dr. Oberoi, for truly stimulating and a highly engaging session and being the opener of this wonderful one-day program that we are holding it. Please join your hands together in a big way. She really deserves a great applause from each one of us. Not only just simply presenting and sensitizing us, but we must truly admire and appreciate the efforts being a founder of Orchid Foundation and inspiring everyone, to play an important role in the society. We greatly, ma'am, we value and we greatly admire your presence and your very, very gracious presence. On behalf of the organizers, ChangeInkk Foundation and DELNET, we would like to present as a token of our warm gratitude to you and for being there and requesting Shreya and also Arpita ji. Arpita, you are being here around. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys, all the best. वो पीपीटी में मेरा नंबर भी है, ईमेल भी है, कभी किसी को कोई जरूरत पड़ जाए, चारू भी देके जाएगी, किसी को जरूरत पड़ जाए, कभी हमारे स्कूल में, आपके स्कूलों में हमारे को बुलाना पड़े, किसी की खड़िया खड़ी करनी पड़े, तो बुला ले, हम बहुत माहिर हैं खड़िया खड़ी करने में।
Charu ji made a request also to come. And request to Shreya.
Yes. No.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Now we are moving on to our next session. We have Professor Brij Bhushan, who's already joined us online. And sir, I would request you to kindly start sharing your screen since, yes, thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I'd like to quickly introduce Professor Bhushan. So will you be sharing your screen or is there a presentation or would you like to start?
There is no presentation as such, so I'll just talk.
Oh, lovely. That's great. Can we have sir's volume increased? Yes, awesome. Right. Next, we are hearing from Professor Braj Bhushan from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Kanpur, whose research focuses on the intersection of education, technology, and social inclusion. He has worked extensively on how digital tools can be designed to support diverse learners in mainstream classrooms. Please welcome Professor Bhushan and please look him up because he has some great achievements and a lot to share. This is probably the 100th such event that he's joining in a very short couple of years, and we're very grateful, sir, for giving us your time. Thank you so much, sir. Please take it forward.
Thank you so much. I'm really delighted to get an opportunity to interact with all of you. And I was also listening to the last 15 minutes of conversation that all the participants were having with the resource person. I would be very succinctly talking to you about why AI is taking a front seat and why it becomes important for teachers, especially those who are into inclusive education, to consider AI and its utilization in classroom setup for multiple purposes. One, as a teacher, we all want that the learning has to be extremely personalized. But the fact is that we always deliver it in a group setup where you have variation among the students. So students who would come from various linguistic backgrounds, students who would have different kind of a cognitive profile, students who may or may not have certain kind of abilities to acquire things at the pace at which it is being delivered. So there are a whole lot of practical constraints within which a teacher also is compelled to cover certain aspects of the syllabi within the prescribed time limit. So we have a year system, somewhere we have years broken into quarters, and likewise. Why AI becomes important is that it allows the teachers to personalize the learning that one is trying to impart to the students. Especially if you think in terms of inclusivity, there are options nowadays which allows the teacher to either go for some real-time manipulation of the content, or it can be done in a deferred way. For instance, if you want to assist the child in terms of the speed at which the child looks at the pattern and recognizes it. So we have speech to text or text to speech kind of conversion, which can be done in real time. So a teacher continues delivering the content, but the student concerned has a screen which will allow either some kind of virtual assistants to take care of the specific requirement, like slowing down the content or adding a real-time subtitle in the language that suits the student concerned. So these kinds of cognitive challenges can be minimized using certain kind of AI tools which are available. Remember one thing, that when I say that the AI tools that are available, in the open source, you find good number of them. But if you look at the verified tools which have been scientifically validated, the number will go down. This should also be taken with a pinch of salt, because it increases the screen time for the students. So these two issues needs to be kept in mind when one thinks of adapting AI assistants in the classroom setup. But what is most important, and why I consider that AI should be given a fair trial by all the teachers, is as normal human beings, all we do is that we try to identify a pattern. We try to recognize a pattern in a given set of students whom we are interacting with. And then we try to decipher what this is. So this could be capability of the child. This could be limitation of the child. And then we have labels, no, wherein you say that diagnosed with or identified with X, Y, or Z. Now, AI can very easily do the pattern recognition, and therefore classification becomes much easier. So a student with a specific need can very easily be identified at a very early stage if AI is used as a diagnostic tool. And when I say diagnostic tool, it is non-clinical identification, early identification, I should say rather. AIs are very good at pattern recognition, but again, there is a big challenge. And the challenge is that AIs cannot do things on their own. They depend on the training data that is provided to them. And because these AI tools have largely been developed elsewhere, so AI algorithms which are customized to our kind of a setup, you will find very few available here, and that too, the data is not available in abundance. And therefore, there is a high risk of AI algorithm being biased. And if the training data lacks diversity, then if you want to identify a certain kind of anomaly and certain kind of capabilities from the same data set of students, it becomes extremely difficult. I should say that with those kinds of biased algorithms, the AI will not give you what you are actually looking for. And therefore, it is important that various agencies, the schools, the other authorities which are involved into primary education especially, they join hand together and create a huge database. And this will allow the AI algorithm to be trained taking into account the diversity that is inherent in our socio-cultural scenario. I'll give you an example. Right now, the government of UP is working on a very ambitious project. We call it UP Digital Health Stack. This is basically a system wherein the diagnosis, the pathological diagnosis and other clinical diagnosis of patients reporting to all primary and secondary healthcare units will automatically be stacked. Now, this can give you two kinds of great leverage in terms of management of the medical infrastructure in the state. One, you understand the diversity of the patient population within the state, and two, you can go for certain kind of predictive analysis. And this is the reason I say that even though there is a chance of AI algorithm being biased, but till we train the data with our own cultural diversity, with whatever is available, we must definitely try to analyze it, to understand and make best uses of what the data shows. And this is what is called as predictive analysis. You can understand the pattern, either say the error pattern or the kind of response pattern, the kind of linguistic errors, the kind of different kind of errors which reflect on certain kind of cognitive challenge, and very easily you can identify whether the child has an issue or not, and if there are, then even that can easily be identified. So in terms of early detection, in terms of non-clinical diagnosis at a very early stage, AI application can benefit us in a big way. And this is applicable to all target groups. Whether you take different kinds of impairment, whether you take a classroom of otherwise normal students with multilingual kind of a background, or you can take an inclusive kind of a setup where you have students with different kinds of cognitive attributes. So this is I would say that best usage that the teachers can do. Another important thing, I think, why AI would play a very important role is that the teacher training in our country, and for that matter, I would say that all kind of training systems that are put at place in this country, there is a big difference. Say the way a course or a content is delivered in IIT system would vary from what is done in an NIT, and that would differ from how it is done in some private institution. The same applies to the teacher training system as well. So there is a big training gap in the teachers, and therefore the educators who are in the ground today and the educators who will come to the ground, who will hit the ground tomorrow, they need certain kind of support to ensure that they are effective at all times. And because we do not have a facility wherein mid-career training is very easily available and is available to the same level to everyone across the country, therefore, I think the integration of AI into teacher training will minimize the gap that we see right now. So AI can effectively plug that gap, and I'm confident that the teachers who would be or the teacher training units who would be incorporating AI into teacher training modules, they would really do a good job. The only caveat once again is that please do not over rely on technology. Human beings are far better, and human beings can do far better with the assistance of technology, but technology cannot replace human beings. So if I have to summarize it, there can be several actionable things for the teachers, for those who are into teacher training. One, that there is a strong possibility of combining AI tools, wherein the AI tools can ensure that human oversights can be taken care of. Two, in terms of training of the teachers, either in the early stage or mid-career training, or what is nowadays called as continuous training, the integration of AI will definitely help. And most importantly, the teachers who are on the ground, both those who are into handling, managing neurodiverse population and those who are in the normal kind of a school setup, it's always important for us to have a culturally salient data from our own country. And this will help the Indian researchers to develop AI algorithm, which will be bias free, because the algorithm that we are importing from outside, they are all trained on the data from mostly European countries, some from American subcontinent. Another important thing is if you are thinking in terms of alignment of the education that you are imparting with the RPWD Act 2016, there can be certain kind of assistive technologies that can be AI driven. It can be something as simple as screen readers, or what I earlier mentioned as speech to text or text to speech converters. There are things which can be given to children who have visual impairment, those who are hard on hearing. But most importantly, I think that it is again the early identification using the predictive analysis, which will help flag those who require help and also enable timely intervention for them. In terms of mapping with the NEP 2020, NEP has been emphasizing on equity, on flexibility, on inclusivity. And AI can also help a teacher tailor the content according to the pace and style of the student. Now, for a teacher to do it physically for each and every student is just impossible. So if you are somebody who is into management of neurodiverse population, a strong possibility could be to go for a flexible curriculum. And this flexibility is not maintained by you as the instructor of the course, rather it is maintained by the AI, because it will tailor your course according to the pace and style of the students. Multilingual support, of course, is possible. Now, even using simple Google Translator, you can translate anything to any other language. But most importantly, because these would be trained data set, so selection of appropriate words, reading aloud those words at a particular pace, at particular style, these things can be very easily customized using AI. It can, of course, increase inclusivity to the highest possible level, because it can help teachers design the lesson plans. And most importantly, if the lesson plans are taken care by the AI, the teacher would get a greater possibility to integrate empathy and tolerance into the conduct of the classroom session, which would be very, very important. So to quickly summarize, there are good applications of AI in the teaching learning system. Many of these things are already, they exist, but existence of these AI should be taken with a pinch of salt, because most of these algorithms have not been tested on a culture fair kind of a data coming from our own subcontinent, Indian subcontinent. Therefore, if one wants to have a proper kind of an intervention customized to our kind of a need, to be culturally salient, we first require data coming from our own Indian educational setup. So all of you who are interested in these kinds of work can definitely collate it. There are a good number of institutions in our country where we have researchers who are working on predictive modeling. Once the huge data set is available, predictive modeling can be run, and then we can go for things which right now we only admire the West for providing to us. So right from virtual assistant to AI translators to predictive analysis to text-to-speech conversion, which is in our local dialect. So those are the things that can very easily be achieved by usage of artificial intelligence. The only word of caution is data privacy is still something that worries us in this country. And this is a worry which exists globally as well, I must confess. Today, whatever is available and told that this is end-to-end encrypted, tomorrow you realize that part of the data is leaked. Some leakages takes place in shorter period of time, some leakages takes place after 20 years or so. But then, despite the challenge that data management and ethical usage impose in front of us, we must understand that AI can be a big support in the classroom. It can not only assist us in early identification, but it can also help us manage the show by providing different kind of assistive technologies to us. So I think I have completed the time given to me, so I'll stop here. If anybody wants to make a comment or have a question, I'll be more than happy to respond. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir, for that really stimulating talk that we had. And if anyone has questions, please let us know. And we'll be taking one question since we want to respect sir's time as well. Yes, we have one speaker. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Nikhil Raj and I'm from IIT Delhi. Sir, you have said that AI training data is biased. Sir, how? Sir, because AI training data will be not trained by individual, but it trained by group of peoples. So
See,
how?
right. I'll give you two examples. See what happens. We have our primary data, and we divide, as you are aware, you must be aware that the data is divided into two segments where you have the training data and the testing data, right? Now, how good the quality of the data is, means how representative the data is. Say, for instance, if you collect data from a specific geographical location, if you collect data from, say, certain linguistic background, certain socio-economic background, right, certain kind of clinical condition, the data is not representative of all children of this country, right? So the inherent diversity that we have in our country should also be reflected in the data that we collect. So proper sampling has to be done, and it has to be a representative sample. Most of the data that we get nowadays, when you look at the papers that are being published, you realize that the inherent diversity of this country is not represented in the data, and therefore the data runs the risk of being biased. That is what I wanted to convey.
Sir, one more question, sir. Any AI model or AI app for teacher training?
There are few, but because I'm not into teacher training, so I won't be able to exactly pinpoint. But I can tell you that there would be some 10, 12 apps available for language conversion. If you want to, in the real time, if you want to convert your lecture into subtitles in different languages, some 10, 12 different apps are available. Subtitling is done. If you want to slow down the pace of your classroom delivery, even there also tools are available. So there are a good number of tools available.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, do you have time for one more question or?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Anyone else who has any question that you'd like to ask, sir? Right. Right. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Bhushan, for joining us.
I'm really glad to get this opportunity to talk to all of you. Thank you.
Yes. Hopefully next time we'll see you in person.
Sure.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And with that, we will be moving to our next session. And yes, and this next session requires us to start working a little bit. It's been a while since you've been listening, but now we want you to start working. So I'll be sharing my screen. Meanwhile, I want you to take your phones, check if you've got network, and go to www.menti, M-E-N-T-I, menti.com. The instructions will flash on the screen shortly. www.menti.com. I request our volunteers to assist anyone who would like us to help them out. Has everyone got a chance to go to www. Sorry? Yeah, I can read the code out. 2849. It's 28492351. 28492351. If you have entered, your first question should be visible on your screen. Two 28492351. Great, we've got our first response. We have 67 to go. Come on, guys. You can start seeing the answers that you have entered on our screen. While you're answering, I'll give you some context. We want to understand where you're coming from, what you understand, what you want to understand, so that we can then design this journey with you together. These are all your responses on the screen right now. We have 81 users logged in right now and only 25 have answered. Come on, guys, 60 more people. Don't be shy. Right. That is amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. We have more questions like this, but this is great. With this, I will now hand my mic over to Aprajita, who's going to facilitate the next session, which is the group discussion. So let's get talking, guys.
Okay, everyone, the room is quite cozy, comfortable. We've had a wonderful session with Professor Bhushan and Dr. Geet. So before we get into this session, right, I have a fair understanding of what we are expecting. We need to understand what is accessibility, what is SLD, what are invisible disabilities. So this gives me a good understanding in what this room wants. Before I get into the session and tell you who am I, why am I here, what are we going to discuss about, a quick exercise. Room cozy ho raha hai, sab comfortable hai. I would want all of you to quickly stand up. Okay, now listen to this very carefully. When I will ask you to touch your left shoulder, please touch your right. When I'll ask you to touch your right shoulder, please touch your left shoulder, right? This is a brain gym activity. Thoda we'll get our brain into the concentration mode again. So touch your right shoulder. Right, you have to touch your left shoulder. Oh, that's quick. Right, left, left, right, sit. Yeah, you have to sit. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. So I am Aprajita. I am from the ChangeInkk Foundation. Now, what does ChangeInkk Foundation do? I'll keep this English, Hindi, English both comfortable. Yes, great. Can you hear me at the back? सुनाई दे रहा है आपको? ठीक है, perfect. So we'll begin. ChangeInkk Foundation focuses on strengthening the system for people with specific learning disabilities. We focus on school education, higher education, and even employability. Okay. I'm a person with specific learning disability and ADHD, right? So movement around me can maybe make me lose the chain of my thought. It's a possibility. Because I have specific learning disability, feel free to ask as many questions about this as you want to. I will be as vulnerable as possible to answer most of your questions. Don't shy away. We are here to learn the right and wrong, but in this room, nothing is wrong. Okay? So we'll begin with this. I hope you can see the screen, right? We'll use the clicker. Okay. So it's okay. A quick picture. Can you tell me who on this picture has a specific learning disability? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 लिखा हुआ है. आपको क्या लगता है किसको है? Take a random guess. Remember, no right and wrong in this room. Feel free to answer. Can be anyone? One. Okay. Somebody said third. One. Okay. So we are breaking the first myth for the day. Specific learning disabilities invisible. पांचों को हो सकती है, चौथे को हो सकती है, पहले को हो सकती है, किसी को नहीं हो सकती. Right? It's impossible to look at a person and say they have a specific learning disability. Like Geet ma'am said, if a teacher has spent at least 6 months, you will have a fair idea about the challenges. उसके बाद भी आप कंफर्म नहीं कर सकते. आप बोल सकते हैं शायद probability है, right? Yes. So this is what is screening. We'll go ahead. I'll quickly talk about this. This is the difference in the way people's brain function, process information. Quickly give you an example. इस रूम में कितनों के पास Android phones हैं? Okay, great. How many of you have iPhones? क्या करते हैं आप अपने फोन से? क्या करते हैं? जैसे कि क्या क्या? Somebody said shopping, somebody said texting, calling, learning, clicking pictures. फोन से exactly same काम कर रहे हैं, right? What is the difference then? Obviously the price point. I'll not get into that. Other than the price point, it's called the operating system, right? Which is different. That is what Android and iOS is. So the operating system is a little different, doing exactly the same kind of activities, right? This one example will help us understand when we say brain functions differently, right? The second thing is we'll have to remember this is a lifelong condition. इसीलिए उसे disability बोलते हैं, right? Disabilities cannot be cured. Remediation करा करा के बोलेंगे आज से बच्चे का dyslexia चला गया तो ऐसा नहीं होगा. They will know better ways to read. Please remember that. There is no cure, therefore we use the term disability, right? One very quick thing, the IQ is average and above. Very interesting, right? इंटेलिजेंस की दिक्कत नहीं है, लिटरेसी स्किल सेट में डेफिसिट है. इसका क्या मतलब हुआ? फोटोसिंथेसिस की स्पेलिंग नहीं लिख पा रहे हैं बट प्रोसेस एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं, राइट? बट देयर इज अ लिटिल कंफ्यूजन. व्हाट हैज हैपेंड इज वी आर कंडीशनड इन सच अ वे, जब तक आप लिख नहीं सकते ठीक से, पढ़ नहीं सकते, यू आर नॉट स्मार्ट. सो वी आर ब्रेकिंग अनदर मिथ ओवर हियर, राइट? Your intelligence and your literacy, two very separate things. आपके क्लास का जो बच्चा ठीक बार बार स्पेलिंग एरर्स कर रहा है, डिक्टेशन में आप बोल कुछ रहे हैं, लिख कुछ रहा है, ऐसे राइटिंग में जो लिखा है समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है, बट दिस किड is very, very, very eloquent when they're talking. Very smart, asking the right questions, right? Giving the right answers. But when you open their copies, kuch nahi samajh mein aa raha, right? So please remember where the challenge is. Therefore, we refrain from using terms like "Are se kuch nahi aata," "so lazy," right? We need to understand that they're making the efforts, but the result is not up to the mark. So we'll remember they're trying. They need more support to do better. Oh. It's invisible in nature. We already know about that. And it's as common as 1 in 5. When I say this is as common as 1 in 5, means 1 out of 5 people have it, not necessarily know about it. राइट तो क्लास में होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी बहुत हाई है, बट आपको पता होना और बच्चे को ये पता होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी लो है. सो वी ट्राई टू कम टू अ बैलेंसिंग पॉइंट बाय डूइंग स्क्रीनिंग, राइट. आई विल क्विकली टॉक अबाउट okay, how do they manifest, right? I'll just give you a small idea of what the manifestation is like. Specific learning disabilities के अंदर dyslexia आता है, dyscalculia आता है, dysgraphia. These are the 3 most common. Therefore, I'll just focus on that. Dyslexia impacts language skills, right? Abhi, what you're seeing on your screen could be one of the probability how a child is looking at it, but not the only way, right? For some, a lot of mirroring happens, a lot of floating happens, right? So it will differ. जितने लोगों को SLD होता है, almost 80% people would have dyslexia. Therefore, interchangeably use होता है ये term. SLD को dyslexia बोलते हैं, right? It's the most commonly used term. Okay. Can I quickly have somebody read this in 60 seconds? Quickly. Try करिए. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's a lag. Okay, we have already seen the correct text, but can somebody try read the first line? Okay, everybody's trying. That's great. Is it making any sense? It's not making any sense? Can we read this? Making some sense? Now imagine a child in your classroom. आपने उसको ये टेक्स्ट पढ़ने के लिए दिया है, राइट? अब कॉम्प्रहेंशन बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस पूछ रहे हैं इसमें से. और उस बच्चे को वो टेक्स्ट दिख रहा है जो इससे पहले हमने देखा. Will they be able to make any sense and give you the right answer? No. But you'll be like, पढ़ो, ठीक से पढ़ो, आंसर इसी में है. It will not happen because the challenge over here lies with reading, language-based deficit, right? The challenge is reading-based. Dyscalculia impacts your mathematical abilities. If you're seeing over here, there are some examples that you can see. It's difficult for them to follow certain things, especially understand what is the meaning of these arithmetic symbols, right? You can see यहाँ लिखा है 5 into 6 is 65, 4 into 2 is 8, 6 plus 5, there's no equal sign. These are basic mistakes that you will see in your copies, answer scripts in your classroom. It's present in about 5% of the population, again, very common, right? Global population. Fear of maths is not equivalent to having dyscalculia. Dyscalculia can certainly lead towards fear of maths, right? Dysgraphia impacts your fine motor abilities. Fine motor abilities commonly used for writing, right? Therefore, it will be mostly illegible. Now, please understand, a person can have only dyslexia. A person can have dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia. A person can have dyscalculia and dysgraphia. A person can only have dyscalculia. Alag-alag combinations may it can exist. It's not necessary if your student has dyslexia, they'll not have any of the other two, right? The second thing, quick question. Dyslexia, just tell me if this is right or wrong. मेरे बच्चे को dyslexia सिर्फ इंग्लिश में है, हिंदी में नहीं है. It's wrong. It's a language processing challenge. You will have it in as many languages as you're aware of. The second thing is that how it manifests in different language will change. हिंदी में अधिकतर जो बोलते हैं वैसे ही स्पेल करके लिखते हैं. Phonetics go very well with how we are writing. English is a little funny language like that. So in different language, and I don't know any third written script, to be honest, so I cannot comment on that, but it will change in different languages. I don't know how many of you know more languages than English and Hindi in the room. So yes, please think about it, that how can that manifest differently in the language, the script that you are aware of. Okay, I'm skipping most of the exercises, though they're very interesting. Now, अब हमने समझ लिया कि जो disability होती है उसके challenge क्या होते हैं. Very interesting thing, class में कैसा दिखता है, right? Charu ma'am did say impacts your confidence. I went to school. I did not go to school in my early childhood, but when I started school in 9th standard, I'm with everybody in the school or college. Now I'm telling them I have a disability, right? Now they're like, how come you're in 10th standard? If you cannot spell properly, how is it that you're there in school? It's not fair to us, right? And it used to take a major toll on me that how do I explain them that studying, being in school, learning, smartness, intelligence might be a little bit more than just spelling and reading and writing, right? Now, a lot of children, it's very overwhelming for you to disclose and help others, especially your like your classmates, to understand this. Up maximum time अपने classmates के साथ spend करते हैं. To continuously be at the core of judgment, questions can be overwhelming, right? Being told again and again, मेहनत करो थोड़ी, मेहनत क्यों नहीं करती? मेहनत करोगी तो लिख लोगी ठीक से, right? It takes a toll on you. It's overwhelming for a child, and slowly and steadily you stop participating. So you can see that. We say a very common thing that मेरे पेट में सर दर्द हो रहा है. बच्चों को समझ ही में नहीं आता है कि क्या excuse दें. So this is one of the funny excuses they give. The other thing is gap in oral and written performance. When you're talking to them about a subject matter, they're doing well. When they're writing, nothing is making sense. So this will be something that you will see very, very clearly. Again, overwhelming difficulties in planning, slow processing, not because they're not able to understand, because read करके समझना, समझ के लिखना, it's a time taking process if they're going through remediation. And if they're not allowed that time, you'll be like, अरे जल्दी करो, नहीं हो पाएगा. For example, sir, tell me a language जो आपको नहीं आती है. Okay, so I will ask you to write, okay? And I'll say that, sir, उसी language में लिखिए जिसमें आपको पंजाबी आती है लिखनी. पंजाबी में ही लिखिए. और मैं आपको एक क्वेश्चन दो, बोलूं जल्दी लिखिए, you just have 2 minutes. आपको कैसा लगेगा? हालत खराब हो जाएगी सर की. Now imagine this is happening to a child in a classroom, right? Will be very difficult. It's not because they're not willing to, it's because they're not able to. And we need to make sure that we enable them to be able to write at their own pace without judging them continuously with their classmates. Very interesting. Remember this really helps. We say, what about students who are in 3rd standard but वो लिख नहीं पा रहे, क्या उन्हें dyslexia है? हाँ और ना, right? Let's understand, a child with specific learning disability will have challenges with academics, life skill and emotional well-being, right? But any child at any given time, उसे academic challenges हो सकते हैं, right? सडनली मीडियम ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन चेंज हो गया है, इंग्लिश मीडियम से गुजराती मीडियम में चले गए हैं, मराठी मीडियम से इंग्लिश मीडियम में आ गए हैं, तो दे आर टेकिंग टाइम, राइट? डिसलेक्सिया है? नहीं, दैट्स नॉट द कोर रीजन. समर स्लाइड, 2 महीने की छुट्टी हो गई, वापस आए, याद ही नहीं 2 महीने पहले क्या पढ़ाई की थी. For higher education, we say they select a stream and then they're not interested in that stream anymore, because what they were studying in school is very different in terms of the magnitude that subject has brought to you in higher education and college. So many reasons for not doing well in academics, right? Emotional well-being can be impacted, your life skills can be impacted, right? But when all three are being impacted together, you have a higher probability of having a specific learning disability. First screen have a lot of these questions divided in this subset. We take our cue from the first screen questions to create this triangle that you can see right now. To understand that beyond academics, when things are being also impacted, the probability is high. These are some of the struggles, right, that I was talking about. Academic struggles are there. You have difficulty to read. There's a lot of mirroring. You have very low phonological awareness, right? When somebody is pronouncing ka, a, ta, you know it's CAT. But a child with dyslexia might not be able to process it. जितना भी आप मुंह फाड़ के जितनी भी phonological awareness दे दीजिए, it will be difficult for them to do that, right? Then organizational structure, poor handwriting, these are some of the things you see. एक कॉपी में एक वर्ड की एक पेज में 4 अलग अलग स्पेलिंग्स हैं. स्कूल लिखा है SKOOL, SKUL. So you will see these are some of the common struggles that are very visible. Then low self-esteem, right? They're always overwhelmed in their environment. The confidence drops, overstimulated. So these are some of the things that you will see. I'm sorry, there's a lag in. Okay, screening and identification, very, very important to know. When there's a child in the classroom, चौथी या पांचवी रो पे बैठा है, right? आपने board पे कुछ लिखा. Now the child is squeezing his or her eyes and looking at the board. You'll be like, you'll call the parents and what do you say? इसकी आई टेस्ट करा लीजिए, शायद इसकी आई साइट थोड़ी वीक है, राइट? आप उसको कोई आई का नंबर नहीं दे रहे, आप 100% नहीं बोल रहे हैं कि आई साइट में कोई चैलेंज है. यू आर सेइंग कि टेक द चाइल्ड टू अ स्पेशलिस्ट. व्हाट आर यू डूइंग? यू आर स्क्रीनिंग. You are observing the struggles in a classroom and saying, let's screen the child to see what the actual challenge is. I'm correct there? Similarly, when we are looking at students who are showing certain deficits with reading, writing, maths, and writing, we screen them, right? A teacher will screen them. One of the options that we saw to screen is first screen. So you screen them basis your observation. Now the RPWD Act, which came in 2016, this is the Rights of Persons with Disability Act. 2016 से पहले सिर्फ 7 डिसेबिलिटी होती थी. 2016 के बाद 21 हो गई. And पहली बार specific learning disability was identified formally in India. Matlab, there'll be a process of screening, there'll be a process of identifying your disability and giving you certification for disability, which means आपको classroom में, college में accommodation मिलेगा, right? So now it says that the screening should happen very early. 3rd grade में या 8 साल की उम्र में, या जैसे हमने सुबह सुना उससे पहले भी हो सकता है अगर आप वैसे challenges देख रहे हैं तो, right? But screening will help you identify कि इसको formal diagnosis के लिए भेजे या नहीं भेजे, intervention start करे या नहीं करे, right? You still don't know that deficit, is it because of a disability or otherwise. The screening should be done by the classroom teacher. You should have spent at least 6 months with the child, right? should happen in the primary language. And first screen is available in how 9 languages? 12 languages, sorry. Yes. So that's a good thing for us because mostly challenge आता है what if not Hindi or English? वो primary language नहीं हुई तो क्या करें? So we are at a good place where we have 12 languages now covered. Now I'll move to diagnosis. Diagnosis is एक आप ऑप्थोमोलॉजिस्ट के पास जाते हैं, आई टेस्ट कराते हैं, मशीन इन्वॉल्व होती है, वो आपको आंखों का नंबर देता है, उससे आपका चश्मा बनता है, थिंग्स बिकम बेटर फॉर यू टू रीड, राइट? So now in this, the diagnosis can be done by a psychiatrist, a pediatrician, a pediatric neurologist, or a clinical psychologist or rehabilitation psychologist. यही कर सकते हैं, please remember, okay? What is the process? Process 1, we try and check कि कोई hearing या visual deficit तो नहीं है, right? Because that can also lead to certain reading writing errors. तो वो eliminate करते हैं. Second thing, we test for IQ. Is it average and above average? Remember, this is a very defining point. Average or above average. Once we establish that, we move to a focused psychometric analysis for specific learning disability. Usme, if you're benchmarked at 40, then you get your disability certification or UDID card. What is that? That's like a Aadhaar for your disability, right? So this is a medical process that is happening. Screening is happening in classroom. So now we are clear. Screening क्या है? Diagnosis क्या है? Remember, these children are very resilient. बार बार करते हैं, बार बार मेहनत करते हैं. They just need the right kind of support to cope up with. I was very lucky to get it. Therefore, I'm here today. And you have many such examples around you. Very interesting. Why should you be supporting them? Right? हम teachers हैं, कितना करें, क्या करें, क्यों करें, parents को करना चाहिए. Now I'll establish a very quick fact. Look around you and name one thing जो आपको लगता है किसी ऐसे इंसान ने बनाई है जिसे dyslexia था. है. Bulb, iPhone, airplanes. It is literally powering our life. So you and me could connect here because of a lot of inventions made by people with dyslexia, right? So we'll share all this material with you, right? You can use this for your classrooms, for further training in your schools. Please feel free to use this. So either it's light, phone, car, flight, all of this have been, and this is not limited to this, inventions of people with dyslexia, right? So what I'm trying to establish here, with the right kind of support that you give to your children, they have a lot of potential, right? And that potential can only be unlocked if they are identified, if they are given the remediation, if they are supported. Therefore, it's important to do this. A lot of the self-made millionaires, this data is from the year of COVID, the pandemic, have been millionaires. So they have this innate capability of doing really well. अब the question that comes to us is, there's something called dyslexic thinking. ये बच्चे लिख नहीं पा रहे, पढ़ नहीं पा रहे. How are they able to make inventions that stand the test of time? Very interesting, I say, right? A.G. Graham Bell, उन्होंने phone बनाया था. And you remember, एक टाइम होता था कि आपको एक ऑपरेटर को कॉल करना पड़ता था, फिर वो जिससे आपको बात करनी होती है उससे कनेक्ट करता था. And right now you can see a person. A.G. Graham Bell then said there'll be a time when you can see the person you're speaking to. He made an invention that kept evolving with the human race, right? So very futuristic for that time. I'll say that's for anything. That's for iPhone, that's for flights, that's for cars. All of it has evolved, right? How are they able to do that? A mind that is not able to process language, maths, not able to write properly is making such an impact. because of this. Now, this is something that is there in your children with specific learning disability. Problem solving, connecting the dots, visualizing, communicating, they're really good at this. So like Geet ma'am said in the morning, let's focus on the strength and let's support the deficit, right? We will not push them to become like, suddenly overnight novels likhne lage khud se. But we make sure they're able to read and write as per their class standards, right? But when it comes to the other innate capabilities, we should nourish them further. So it's about focusing on the strengths and supporting the deficits. Okay. So I'll quickly run through why are we looking at tech. We have already looked at all of this. It was covered in the morning session. These are all the regulations and the guidelines. Okay, we'll talk about this. Assistive technology, tech, AI, which is the most common one in this room right now. ये तो मैम अभी नया है, हाल फिलहाल में आया है, इससे पहले. A lot of us are using it. इस रूम में यूज कर रहे हैं सब. Specs. Now, when I say assistive technology, please remember high tech नहीं होना है, simple भी हो सकता है, complex नहीं होना है, complicated नहीं होना है. Anything that is helping you learn, communicate better is an assistive tool, right? And the one that we are going to focus in a lot of coming workshops and session is artificial intelligence, right? So we'll focus on that. That being one of the new ones taking over, has a lot of possibilities to ease out your role, to support you in a classroom. But please understand that a lot of tools you're already using in your classrooms right now are assistive in nature. Anything that you can talk about in your classroom that you're using? Smart boards, pencil grippers, वो आप अपने लिए यूज करते हैं लिखने के लिए. Large print worksheets, the charts that you have, the learning charts. So a lot of this you're already using it. We'll just step up in today's session कि AI को भी उसी manner में कैसे use करें. Okay, now can you tell me आप लोग कौन सा most common assistive tool use करते हैं अपने phone पे रोजाना के basis पे? एक मैम ने बोला था चैट जीपीटी, यूट्यूब, व्हाट्सएप पे क्या यूज करते हैं? ओहो, ये तो बहुत ही हाईटेक रूम चल रहा है. मैं तो सिंपल चीजों की बात कर रही हूँ. आप कोई कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सी स्पेलिंग लिख रहे होते हैं तो वो प्रॉम्प्ट करता है आपको, राइट? मेटा एआई तो मतलब it's right, ma'am, but I'm just talking about things that you use every day, that you can use in next 1 minute. Google Maps, there's speech to text, text to speech, right? Lens for OCR screening, right? Autocorrect, करना भी ना चाहो तब भी जबरदस्ती correct करता है, right? When you're typing your mails, it predicts what you need to write, right? When you're using this as a professional, does somebody say it's wrong? क्यों कर रहे हो? अपना काम खुद करो, ठीक से करो. नहीं बोलता कोई. कोई ऐसे बोलता है, oh let's join this workshop and so that there's equity, take off your glasses. We say wear your glasses. Exam में कभी नहीं बोलते ना, take off your specs and then go into the exam hall. But please understand, with a lot of children with invisible disability, when they ask for accommodation, like a writer, like a scribe, they say क्यों? क्यों चाहिए आपको? Yes, that's there.
That's why we are
Yes, now acceptance is definitely something, awareness, acceptance is very important. Therefore, screening and identification is very important so that you can rightfully get the accommodations that are for you, because it's invisible. It's very difficult to look at a person and say that they need a certain support mechanism till, I mean, I might be very well versed about this disability, but still usme bhi guarantee nahi hoti that if I'll be able to make out or not. The second thing is, we say a lot many times, right? And I'll give you a very common example. If, let's say, a student, God forbids, has fractured their arm, एग्जाम है 2 दिन बाद, मैम क्या होगा, कैसे आप मेक श्योर करोगे कि वो एग्जाम अच्छे से लिख पाए? स्क्राइब, हम ये नहीं बोलते ना अभी तो हार्ट टूट गया तो सब कुछ भूल गया होगा ये, अब अगली बार एग्जाम लिखना. We don't say, the knowledge is intact. The same reason why we ask people, especially who have any deficit with writing, to either give them extra time or scribe bigger fonts to read, anything that helps the processing easy. Remember, we are assessing their knowledge, right? And that's the core examination इसलिए है. All the assignments, they are to judge the knowledge content, right? Not at the speed which they are writing. I mean, like, yes, within a certain time frame, but please remember, that's why we need to accept, have certain example, talk to students, talk to your fellow teachers, that why these accommodation even for invisible disabilities are required. And remember, we are using a lot of these accommodations in our daily life to process and do things better. So why not our students? This is very interesting. I'm sorry, the size is very small, even I cannot read it. But when it comes to certain functionalities, right, that can cater to a lot of disabilities in your classroom, the one massive deficit with students with specific learning disability is literacy. Reading, writing errors होते हैं, और भी बच्चों को होते हैं. With or without disabilities, their pace of doing better is faster than the ones with disability. So at the end of the day, if you implement certain functionalities around reading, writing, watching, listening, all the kids in your class will do better. Like ma'am said, bigger fonts, right? Speech to text, text to speech. These help all students to better, but specifically, especially students with specific learning disability. So Ginke, we have 5 categories. Sorry, it's 5. Yes, 5 categories. A lot of these functionalities are enough to make your classroom inclusive. तो आपको वो नहीं करना पड़ेगा, मेरे क्लास में तो अभी कोई बच्चा ही नहीं है जिसे है ये डिसेबिलिटी, तो मैं ये क्यों करूं? शायद है, आपको पता नहीं है, राइट? शायद और बच्चों को भी विदाउट द डिसेबिलिटी सर्टेन चैलेंजेस हैं, बिकॉज लैंग्वेज पेस उनके लिए थोड़ी फास्ट है, इंटरेस्ट इन अ सर्टेन सब्जेक्ट इज लो, in certain subject is high. So this will help you. I think we'll try and share this with you so that you can implement and understand this better. I don't know how much of it is visible to the audience here. Okay, I'll just skip this. Okay, so we talk about certain functionalities that unlocked in the class will try and help you navigate with a lot of learning challenges, including specific learning disabilities. But when it comes with mild, moderate, hota hai, extreme disabilities, then there are certain extreme tools that are required. What I'll do is I'll not further talk more. We'll try and break into smaller groups. And the idea of a group is that we'll have a couple of more questions that I want you to discuss amongst yourselves. Why is it very important? मतलब मुझे जितना बोलना था मैंने बोल दिया, that's one thing. But the other thing is all of you are coming from different walks of life, role, exposure to students, techniques that you're using. So it's very important for you to also share that amongst yourselves. So what I can think is that कुछ टेबल्स हैं जिसमें आप आपस में बात कर सकते हैं, रोज में आप आगे और पीछे वाली रोज से बात कर सकते हैं. I'll have few questions. I would want you to discuss, make some points that we can close your discussion with so the larger room can learn. Please remember this group discussion, me, you are the only people between lunch, right? So we'll try to focus on it, talk about it, and you can take these conversation ahead during the lunchtime also. So one of the first question that I want you to talk about is, do you want to resettle? पीछे मुड़ना चाहते हैं, especially the ones who are not sitting around a table. Whatever you're comfortable with, turning around or turning the chair, whatever works well with you. Do that while you're settling into your groups. Okay, the first question, have you been doing screening in your classroom using any other tool than Prashast? आपने पहले यूज किया है, नहीं किया है? Can you just discuss it in that group? आपको पता था लेकिन कभी क्लासरूम में यूज नहीं कर पाए. You don't have to tell this to me. You have to talk about this on the table. I'll close this in the next 3 minutes. I think 3 minutes is enough. अगर हम कुछ और बातें ना करें और बस यही करें तो ठीक है. Please talk about a screening tool that you've probably used before or know of other than Prashast in your classroom.
I request all the volunteers from MASH to kindly ensure that no table is unattended. If you see that a table is unattended, please come and start note taking for them. For those of us who have joined us online, right now we are having on-table discussions, but if you have any thoughts about the questions that Aparajita has spoken about, you can mention it in the chat.
The participants that we have virtually can put the answers in the chat. Please feel free to do that.
To all the 148 participants who've joined us online, you can share your views via chat and I'll relay them to Aprajita and Purnita from the ChangeInkk team.
I'll give you one more minute to just try and enclose this question, and I'll give you another question to follow. So you have one more minute to close this discussion. Okay, so we'll close this question. I'll just quickly ask each group, okay, quickly ask each group to let us know if they have used another screening tool for students or they're aware of or not. So the first thing that you have to answer is, आपने कोई और screening tool use किया है, right? नहीं किया है तो the reason, किया है तो कौन सा किया है. Very simple before we get into another question, right? We'll start with this group. Yes. Okay. Okay, just give me a minute. Can we have attention here? This will be a quick way to understand other tools that are being used. Note takers, can we stop? Thank you. Yes.
Again, it's a learning disabled tool, which one of my colleague, a counselor, introduced me. That's Brigands. I guess if someone has heard about Brigands, no one. Okay. Okay. Of course, GLAD. Of course, the special educators do use GLAD, but when I said Brigands, it's kind of similar thing. Same goes for pre-primary to grade 11, 12. They carry all the learning disabled questionnaires and all. No, like glad, like on paper, on paper. Yes, yes, yes. Not special educator. Yes, yes, yes. Psychologist, right? That's why I said they introduced me about the.
Any other group that has used another tool, screening, for screening, sir, not for assistive. Screening के लिए. Yes. Sir has been using a lot of assistive tools to make things assistive, study material assistive for his students, but for screening. Screening ke liye we have not used. So it's very great. It was a good room to be introduced to a new tool right now. Charu ma'am will be here through lunch. So if you have more questions about screening tool, an app-based screening tool that's giving you the results, automated results, it takes away from your load. It's easier to navigate with students because I think we always have this question, there's so many things to do, फिर screening भी बैठ के करो, फिर result उसे किससे authenticate कराओ, how do you navigate these challenges? This can be mitigated, so please, sorry, feel free to reach out to Charu ma'am during lunch, okay? Now the second question that I'm breaking right now is, the second half of the session is going to focus a lot on AI. We've been trying to understand the disability, why screening is important, the role of tech, the role of AI abhi tak. The second half will dive deeper into what is AI in classroom for us, right? Two things I want you to discuss. As educators, one, why do you think it's very good to have AI in the classroom? And the counter question to it, why do you fear having AI in the classroom as educators, right? Two questions. Let's discuss that on table. I think every table will have answer for this. So हमें थोड़ा ज़्यादा time लगेगा to understand from every table. So let's get into the discussion. We have participants online. Please feel free to also discuss that and put this into chat. Our room can begin. Note takers, please be on every table. Why do you think, as an educator, AI will be really good for you? You're looking forward to it. And why the same thing you fear might have certain challenges, I will not name the challenges, that you foresee in your classroom. Can you please discuss that? The answer to this will prepare the people who are going to talk about AI, the speakers that follow, a little better to solve this for you. So we can begin with the discussion. Okay, room. We get back. I know this is a very vast topic to discuss. It's not fair to give you little time about the pros and cons. Can we have the room back, please? Ma'am, sir, everybody, the room back. I mean, I don't mind if you want to skip lunch and continue this, but we have to have lunch. So I know it's a very, very long, it's a very vast thing. All of us will have different perspectives about the pros and cons of AI in a classroom. I'll quickly ask each table, please restrict yourself to just one pro and one con for using AI in a classroom. I know there'll be many, right? But I think we'll be able to cover a few in this room. So I'll quickly start with this table. Can I just request somebody to pass the mic? कोई भी एक कॉन और एक प्रो जो आपको लगता है for using AI in a classroom. You don't have to back it up with an incident in your classroom or anything. The one that you believe can be a con, a challenge, or a positive thing using AI.
So, ma'am, the positive thing is, as a special educators, we already go through a lot of reports, assessment, IPs making. So, AI actually reduces our workload and the continuation of our work. I mean, the वही चीज बार बार एक ही चीज को हम बार वही कर रहे होते हैं. So AI reduces that, and challenge we face is authenticity of our work.
Wonderful. Authenticity is one con that we see. The second thing is that it does take away a little bit from your workload. Yes. The other group, please. Yes, ma'am. Saves time. Yes, plagiarism is definitely there.
As an educator, I have seen if I give home tasks to them, say write a poem on nature. Next day they will come with a beautiful poem on nature, totally plagiarized from ChatGPT. Using ChatGPT, even the parents are helping the children who cannot write poetry, especially in the case of poetry. And they will write a beautiful poem on flower or sky or butterflies, part of the nature, and that is not their own. And they want to read it in the assembly, totally unaware of the fact that this is theft. This is not a creativity. This is not their creativity.
Definitely. I'll give you a very interesting example that we just heard of. There's a psychology teacher. She had a group of 12 trying to come up with a topic for their thesis about stress in certain professions, right? Suddenly, everybody was really worried about nurses. All the 12 groups. And she's like, how is this possible? मतलब इतने सारे professional groups हैं. Why is everybody so worried about nurses everywhere? To only later the group telling her, ma'am, we were trying to get this answer from AI, और AI के पास इतनी study collated थी for nurses that we thought we'll pick this, but we were not aware that the rest of the 11 groups also were on the same platform asking the same question. So yes, definitely that's one thing. The creativity needs to be further built in students, but it does save time with a lot of work that does not require a lot of, I mean, like definitely taking away from the manual work for teachers. So it saves time and takes away the workload. The last group on this row. Yes, please.
Ma'am, if we are talking about, when we talk about AI, we are also including the audiovisual aids and everything also,
Yes.
right? So AI supports multisensory learners. There are it supports supports the VAKT approach basically. So that's a pro. And for con, we feel that it supports information overload and for our children, so that they're not able to distinguish between what is a reliable source, because ChatGPT, what it does is it collates data which is available throughout the internet, and if you give it a different prompt, it might change its statement, but बच्चे तो वो first वाला ही ले लेंगे. So I feel that could be a con.
Thank you for highlighting that. One good thing is that you're able to get enough material to teach the to actually serve the diversity of learners in your classroom through the different type of content on the same context available. The second thing is cognitive overload. Where do I put the full stop? Right? I'll ask a question, it'll give me two more prompts. I'll select one, it'll give me three more prompts. Where do I know is the full stop being put? So I don't know. I'll go deeper, deeper, deeper into it. And I lose my sense of what was really required of me and what is it the question that I'm asking the platform, right? And growing up, we were taught how to answer in 300 words, 100 words, 500 words. So, cognitive overload is a very common challenge that a lot of students and adults are facing right now with using AI platforms. Can we shift to this group?
Okay. So for the teachers, I feel again it increased the productivity, all the works. But on the students' end, I feel the class 5 students ready with the website. There are so many students who say कि मेरी website ready है, man. But if I ask a basic question, the students not able to answer. Why? Because chat GPT है. Chat GPT ने सब बना के दे दिया है. So again, it's killing the creativity of all students, I feel.
Okay, I will now ask a question that all the pros are for the teachers and con for the students. I want another group to answer कि teachers के लिए भी कोई con होंगे या सारे challenges बच्चों के लिए?
We stop thinking sometime, like we feel कि easy way out ले लेते हैं. We have some work to do. ठीक है, chat GPT. Means
See, we are being
thinking
very
again. We are
honest.
killing our thinking power. Yes, ability.
Amazing. We're being
Yes.
very honest in this room. Thank you for being honest to us. Yes, ma'am. Somebody behind you was saying.
Increasing our dependency on technology.
Oh, so we are getting a little bit more dependent than we should be, right? So human intelligence is becoming dependent on the artificial intelligence as per that group. This group, yes.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, AI can be biased or it can give information
Let's listen to this group, please. Yes.
based on a country, on religion, like डीप सीक मैम चाइना का वो है एआई सर्च इंजन है, लेकिन उसमें अगर हम ताइवान के बारे में अगर जानकारी लेंगे तो मैम वो ताइवान को चाइना का हिस्सा बताएगा.
Yes.
उसमें प्रोग्रामिंग ऐसी कर रखी पहले से ही, तो ये मैम बायस्ड इंफॉर्मेशन देता है.
Yes. And a good point?
गुड पॉइंट मैम. हमारे एआई से मैम टीचर्स के लिए सभी के लिए बेनिफिशियल है. हम जल्दी टाइम बहुत सेव टाइम करता है बहुत ज़्यादा. हमें कोई भी क्वेश्चन बनाना है या फिर फॉर्म बनाना है स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी या फिर किसी हर चीज़ के लिए मैम सॉल्व कॉम्प्लेक्स चीज़ों को सॉल्व करके देता है.
So it takes away from the complexity, gives us more time in hand. It's a little bit more automated. Thank you for highlighting that it's biased. It's biased a lot many times in its content also. Somebody had asked in the morning, how can AI be biased, right? So it depends on how much is it being trained for, right? When it is giving you lesson plans, let's say on a certain topic, is it considering that there'll be so much diversity in your classroom, or is it just giving a lesson plan for a classroom that has only read and write learners, right? That could be a probability. Let's say it's sometimes being very gender biased. एक मैंने photo मांगी about a student in a classroom. अब उसने उस student को boy दिखा दिया. तो हर टाइम वो हर सिचुएशन में it's only catering to a certain gender. It's a little biased. I would want uniformity in how it's representing a certain pictographic, right? So bias is definitely there. We should be agile enough to understand that it's reflecting a bias and prompt it to correct it, right? So it's a very wonderful thing that is said that at the end of the day, it's artificial intelligence and you should need to train it better and use it better. Don't be dependent on it. Make it dependent on you to learn better because you're teachers at the end of the day, right? Quickly, we go to this group. Have we? This group? Okay, if you can pass it to this group.
Okay, so one positive thing about AI is that it is helpful for catering the diverse learning needs of the students, and one negative thing is that over dependency on the on AI, and moreover data privacy, like not every parent is ready to share their wards information.
Wonderful. So it talks about data privacy. Please remember, not every platform, the data that you're uploading there is secure. That's why certain platforms that you're using, in respect for your children, you need to look at the data privacy and also how much of the content is controlled if you're exposing it to students at a certain age. The second thing that I'm hearing again and again is that it really helps to cater to a lot of needs in your classroom with the same context. We move to the other group. Yes, please.
One pro we discussed was that it can act as an assistive tech for children who have diverse learning needs, right? So if a student is nonverbal, if a student has a learning disability, for example, so things like Grammarly, applications like speech to text, text to speech can help them there. Con we talked about was them their basic literacy diminishing if they start, or rather not even developing if they start using it too young, right? So if a fourth grader, let's say, is using ChatGPT to do projects, then they're not even learning basic research skills or whatever basic thinking skills they need to be learning cognitively at that age, right? So we talked about how AI should be taught and used judiciously when learning.
Oh, that's a very wonderful point that you've brought in. I think in the second half, we also have a solution being showcased that talks about how ethically can AI be used to actually increase FLN outcomes in students. So, which will counter that, and that exists because what ma'am said is happening. Over dependency while growing up actually takes down the valid or the attributed FLN outcome that you should have at a certain age. So we have a counter product already that's going to be demoed in the second half. Thank you for highlighting that point. We have this group, we have two more groups. So this group.
Yeah. So I just wanted to touch upon that AI is now leads to unemployment also. So we can able to see the IT sectors nowadays, they are reducing their intake of the employees, which has been moved towards artificial intelligence, which leads to the unemployment. So this is a major concern where most of us needs to concentrate. Slowly, this AI can overtake the education sector also, which leads to major unemployment issues. This is a major concerns with AI.
And a good point. Charu ma'am, positive Charu ma'am needs to tell us about in terms of screening.
Yeah, screening, of course, it is AI based. Yeah, you want to share something?
Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Manish Kumar. I am assistant professor at IIMT College. जैसे कि अभी सभी बात करें कि एआई को सभी ऐसे देखते हैं कि जैसे ये जॉब्स वगैरह रिड्यूस कर देगा ये सारी चीज़ें, लेकिन अगर हम देखें कि हर एक नई टेक्नोलॉजी ह्यूमंस को कहीं ना कहीं एक अलग लेवल पर लेके जाती है। इस अगर हम शुरुआत से बात करें कि जैसे ह्यूमन ने आग की खोज की थी, लेकिन उसको एक्सेप्ट भी किया क्योंकि उसे पता था कि वो उससे जल सकता है। ऐसी एआई भी यही चीज़ें अभी लोगों को यही चीज़ें दिखा रहा है। लेकिन स्टूडेंट के लिए और टीचर्स के लिए और अदर सभी चीज़ों के लिए ये कैसे यूज़फुल है? आजकल एआई एक एज़ ए शील्ड काम करता है, अगर हम उसको सही तरीके से इस्तेमाल करें। इसमें मेन इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ होती है डेटा। अगर आप डेटा को अच्छे से समझ सकते हो, तो आप एआई को अच्छे से यूज़ कर सकते हो। आपको डेटा पर ही अच्छे तरीके से काम करना आना चाहिए। आज के टाइम में रिज्यूमे बिल्ड करना, स्टूडेंट की प्रोफाइल, लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल और अदर टाइप ऑफ फैक्टर्स जो स्टूडेंट्स के होते हैं, उन सभी को हम एआई के थ्रू इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, जिससे उसको जॉब रेडी, एआई के साथ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन प्लस एक प्रॉपर शील्ड तैयार करके देगा, जो आने वाले फ्यूचर्स में हेल्प कर सकता है। एआई हमारे लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है और हमें ये एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए। पर
Yes.
हाँ,
Thank you.
थैंक
Thank you for highlighting that job readiness is something, right? Hand-holding student helps. Sir said it's taking away jobs. I'll tell you a very interesting thing that the national education policy, सबको पता है क्या है, right? Focused on 21st century skills, right? 2020 से we were told कि we need to focus on building 21st century skills. Any idea what are these skills? Critical thinking, right? Visualization, communication. These are the skills that will help you actually use something like an artificial intelligence to your advantage. And that's why there's a lot of focus on how can you enable that and take away from the rotary learning process, right? So we are taking into consideration, but I think every day an effort, a very aware methods you should be using to push for this, right? Two more groups and then we'll take this. Huh.
कर सकता हूँ। हेलो मैम। 21st सेंचुरी स्किल में एक चीज जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट फर्स्ट कि चीजें बहुत तेजी से बदल रही हैं और और बच्चों को एक चीज सिखाना कि हाउ टू लिव ऑन सर्टेन वर्ल्ड।
Adaptability.
हाँ, फास्ट अडेप्टेबिलिटी ये सबसे पहली चीज इम्पोर्टेंट है। उसके बाद अगर अगर
Uncertainty.
तो अगर ऐसा माइंडसेट डेवलप हो जाएगा तो हर चीजों को फास्ट अडॉप्ट कर लेगा।
Yes, thanks for highlighting that. Sir? Yes.
Two lines.
With sir's thing, we'll close and we'll move for a photograph, a group photograph. Where is that?
Hello.
Outside. The seats are arranged. It's outside, so we'll move for that.
Ma'am, just I would like to add 2 points only because actually, see, first thing is that we should see AI or we should adapt or adopt whatever it is, AI as a tool only, nothing else. Because I would like to share because I'm 54 years old. So when I had started my career in 96, so people started saying that there will be paperless society and you people will not survive and library will not be there, but we are still there. So what happens whenever there is a new technology, so new kinds of roles are there, AI agent is there, AI journalists are there, so there are many roles. So just within 2 or 3 years there would be many roles and no job will be available for each and every one. So these are my 2 points, I think.
Thank you. So I'll just conclude this session with the fact that while we know there are a lot of cons and it's so excellent that we are aware of all the problems, the challenges that revolve around AI, I think that solves for the 50% of the challenge, being aware of what exactly is the challenge. The second thing is that we'll dive a little deeper in the second half of today's program to understand the tools that are existing already that you can take back to your classroom, right? And how they have ethically created that to be dispensed in classroom, which is very important for us to understand. So I'll just request all of you to gather for a group picture outside and then break for lunch.
Yes.
What time do we have to be back after
Yeah,
lunch?
everyone, 1 second, please, before you all leave. Hi, everyone. Sorry. So before you all leave, please go in the front, take a right. There's a lawn. Please get seated there. We'll have a quick group picture after which you can proceed for lunch. Another thing is some of the volunteers might reach out to you for some speaker bites. We hope that you can give us those 5 minutes to, just capture your thoughts as well into a video so that Changing can then disseminate these videos amongst the networks. There are also some really interesting point of views coming from our online virtual attendees, and maybe we can also, so I'm also going to be copy pasting all of these into the chat so that we can pick up from it, and then Aprajita and Purita can, discuss it once we come back. Online participants, please note that we will be at lunch till 2 p.m. So you can also go get a quick break and come. We have around we have around half an hour for lunch, which is quite ambitious. But let's be ambitious today because there's so much waiting for us in the second half. Our experts are already here with us for the second half, so let's wrap this up quickly. Thank you, everyone. Please head outside. Outside, we request you to please bring them inside because we're beginning in like 2 minutes. Thank you. Yeah. People sitting at the back, we request you to please come and sit in the front because it's so much more interesting when we can see your eyes and talk to you rather than see you so far away. Please come in front and join us. Thank you. Hi everyone, we are resuming with the next phase of our workshop. I request everyone to kindly turn your phone into vibrate or silent mode because we are beginning. If you have any important calls to take, we request you to perhaps take it outside and then join us. We are beginning now.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है ना? अच्छा ओके आई एम जस्ट गोइंग टू आस्क बहुत सिंपल सा सवाल है जब आप स्कूल में थे एंड आई स्टार्ट विथ माय सेल्फ आपको क्या क्या चैलेंजेस होता था स्कूल में व्हेन यू वर अ स्टूडेंट ठीक है हाँ सर बोल रहे हैं
As I said earlier also that because I got specs in when I was in sixth standard, so that time the acceptability was very less. Actually, those who are wearing specs, so उनको हीन दृष्टि से थोड़ा देखा जा सकता था, and people were also not allowing them to participate in the sports activities. Okay, such as because I used to play cricket, so my PTI said that specs. So, but now the scenario is totally different. So, because even we can see the child with 1 year child, he's also wearing these specs. So that was the main challenge which I faced. And as I already said that acceptability in the society is very, very important, because if we are going to accept these challenges and these are the phase of our life, then I think everything will be going smoothly. Otherwise, there is a problem and challenges are there. Thank you.
कोई और है बताना चाहता है? मैं अपना चैलेंज शेयर कर सकती हूँ. तो मेरा मदर लैंग्वेज वाज मलयालम. ठीक है, मेरी पढ़ाई मेरे नाना नानी ने आर द पीपल लाइक मेरा थोड़ा सा हिंदी इंग्लिश ऊपर नीचे हो जाता है इसलिए. सो टिल द एज ऑफ 10 मेरे को सिर्फ मलयालम लिखना बोलना पढ़ना आता था. आई वाज स्टडीइंग इन अ गवर्नमेंट स्कूल इन मलयालम. माय पेरेंट्स वर स्टेइंग आउटसाइड केरला. सो 10 साल की उम्र में ये डिसीजन लिया कि मेरे को जाके अपने मम्मी पापा के साथ रहना चाहिए. अदरवाइज आई डिड नॉट नो इन टर्म्स ऑफ हु माय पेरेंट्स वेर, राइट. बट व्हेन दिस हैपेंड द प्रॉब्लम इज कि एक मलयालम स्टेट बोर्ड से जब मैं भोपाल गई, अब मुझे सीखना है हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश क्योंकि मेरा एनरोलमेंट हुआ है कॉन्वेंट स्कूल पे, राइट. एट द एज ऑफ 10 आई हैड टू लर्न 2 लैंग्वेजेस. नाउ कैन एनीबडी गेस हाउ मच टाइम डिड आई टेक टू लर्न बोथ द लैंग्वेजेस? 6 months. और कोई? 1 year. कुछ भी आप टाइमलाइन बताइए. मलयालम इज माय कोर लैंग्वेज. कितना टाइम लगा होगा मुझे? इंग्लिश हिंदी बोथ बोलना लिखना पढ़ना मिनिमम 2 years. ठीक है. कोई और? नहीं. 3-4 years. ठीक है. I took actually 2.5 months where I was able to speak fluent हिंदी जो अब थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे हो जाता है. English, making sentences, speaking, grammar, also the words. The reason I did this is, and I'll tell you the story of it and how this will relate with a child with dyslexia or learning disability, right? मेरे को जब स्कूल में दाखिल करवाया था, there were a lot of Malayali kids in my class. So one of them came in. I said कि अच्छा निनका मलयालम आ रही हो या वरना आ रही है? So then she was like, this is basically, do you know Malayalam? So it's like, yeah, I know Malayalam. I was like, you know what? I'll sit next to you in the class. And when she is teaching in Hindi, I'll translate that in Malayalam so that you get it. I did not know the child. एक 10 साल की उम्र में, and she is still a very close friend of mine. Mary उसका नाम है, Mary Ann Gervasis. And she used to translate each and every class from सुबह 7 बजे से दोपहर के 2 बजे तक for a period of 3 months. And by 2.5 months, I started speaking very fluently. अक्षर में आज भी दिक्कत होता है, ऊपर नीचे हो जाता है, तो मैं ऐसे बोलती हूँ मलयाली चलेगा चलेगा. मैं वहाँ पे थोड़ा excuse कर लेती हूँ. But the fact is, I had a lot of strong peer support, because of which I was able to learn these languages, despite having not the formal understanding of it. Now understand, जिस बच्चे को cognitive challenge है ये language समझने के लिए, उनको अगर multi-sensory approach, उनको accessible approach से नहीं पढ़ाया जाएगा तो क्या क्या मुश्किलें हो सकती हैं. Now it worked for me कि किसी ने मुझे पूरा क्लास, और मैंने सुन के पढ़ाई कि आज भी मुझे कुछ चीज पढ़ना होता है, I am not comfortable reading it rather than listening it. It's easier for me to grasp. अब वो habit बन गया है. And I am actually a criminal lawyer. I've done my studying for 5 years by actually listening to all the books, listening. That's a style of learning I have. I don't have a learning disability, but I'm not comfortable reading as much, right? Because of the style that I have. I'm a diverse learner. So the reason I am sharing this to you is because that made my life easy. For everybody in this room, there are teachers, there are special educators, there are librarians, there are faculty professors. हर किसी का understand करना, पढ़ना, लिखने का तरीका, समझने का अलग है. How adaptable you are to provide certain tool to a child in the classroom. If he wants to use speech to text, हम अपने नाना नानी एक certain age के बाद बोलते हैं आप फोन पे बोलकर देखिए वो अपने आप लिखना शुरू कर देगा. Is that a functionality we can give to a child in the classroom? I'm just throwing options, right? क्या आप उसको बोल सकते हो अच्छा आंसर मत लिखिए, माइंड मैप बनाकर बता दीजिए what was your answer, फ्लो चार्ट बनाकर बता दीजिए. क्या आप वो आंसर बताना चाहते हो? Do you want to read it out loud rather than writing it? Right? These are ways in which you'll be able to accommodate this child and also understand, is he struggling or is it a conceptual clarity? Now imagine अगर मेरे स्कूल में 10 साल की उम्र पे कोई अगर SLD का टूल लेकर आता तो बोलता कि नहीं इसको चैलेंज है, मे बी शी हैज अ लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी. बट द क्रक्स ऑफ द मैटर इज मेरे को हिंदी इंग्लिश आता ही नहीं था, तो आप टूल इंग्लिश सवाल पूछोगे मुझे नहीं समझ आएगा, राइट? सो दीज आर आल्सो सर्टेन थिंग्स दैट वी नीड टू कीप इन माइंड कि मेरी प्राइमरी मातृभाषा क्या है, राइट? जिसमें मैं बहुत ज्यादा फ्लुएंट हूँ, क्या मुझे उसमें स्क्रीन करने की जरूरत है?
Maybe I don't know English. So if you're trying to screen a child who has not been taught in English, who has not spoken, he may give certain errors which might be manifested as saying that नहीं इसको SLD हो सकता है. तो ये छोटी छोटी चीजों का आपको ध्यान रखने की जरूरत है. And I just wanted to share. For this, use tech in understanding. Right? I am seeing these particular patterns or challenges. What do you think of it? Use it as your brainstorming tool is one of the things I'll give. Now I hand it over to Ambika ma'am. Ambika ma'am Intel se hain. She is part of the teachers coach support community of Intel. इंटेल ने कोर्स बनाया है जिसमें एक्सेसिबिलिटी की बात होती है और किस तरीके से इस टूल का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है. तो शी विल जस्ट टेक अस थ्रू द प्रेजेंटेशन, शेयर सर्टेन टूल्स. आप लोग चाहें तो सेशन के बाद टूल्स का डेमो ग्रुप डिस्कशन के टाइम पे जरूर कर सकते हैं. ओवर टू यू मैम.
थैंक यू सो मच पूर्णिता. गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन. आई होप आपका सेशन अभी तक अच्छा जा रहा होगा. एंड थैंक यू सो मच. सो डिजिटल इंक्लूजन की बात कर रहे हैं आज हम लोग. मैं बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगी. आई थिंक आप लोगों को ऑलरेडी यू आर ऑलरेडी अवेयर ऑफ the kind of accessibility that we are talking about here. There are digital accessibility में कई सारे concerns होते हैं. तो in today's day and age when we are living in an era that is digitized, ऐसा कोई दिन नहीं जाता जिस दिन हम लोग कोई भी digital platform या digital device use ना करें, right? And let's talk about AI. How many of you think that you have never used AI till now? Can you raise your hand? Okay, all of us have. Can you give me an example of the AI tools that you have used? ChatGPT is one, then Gemini, Perplexity, Copilot. Okay. Okay, Camera, Grammarly, Google Lens. So if I tell you that you have been using AI for more than 2 decades, would you believe me? You won't? Okay, do you remember when was the first time when you used Google search engine? Do you remember approximately? Was it before 2010? Yeah. So at least a decade, right? So Google search was our very first kind of an interface where we interacted with AI. Because when you use Google search, you are able to get crores of results in less than a second. That's not a human doing, right? It's something that a machine is doing. So similar to that, we have so many applications of AI today in our lives that are making our lives easier. When I was traveling from my home to this place, all I had to do was open Google Maps and it showed me the shortest route, right? So it is making our lives as easy and all the facilities as accessible. But when it comes to digital inclusion, we still have some work to do. In order to ensure the technology, facilities, opportunities that are available in today's time with digitization, if they are accessible for everyone in an equal manner or not. So of course, when we talk about accessibility, we are talking about visual accessibility, we're talking about auditory accessibility, we're talking about invisible accessibility as well as motor accessibility. So for machines to be able to, become more inclusive, it is important that we address them from all these different spheres. So if I talk about digital inclusion, what we are really talking about. So let's say there is a video, which of course I am able to watch, but when I talk about visual disabilities, in that case, what do we have to support that? We have closed captions, right? We have the audio that is there. Then when you talk about motor disabilities, a lot of times, when you have quizzes or you have assessments that are based on time, a lot of times people with motor disabilities may not be able to tackle that kind of a problem. So there we have flexible assessments, flexible evaluations or quizzes that can be done. Auditory disabilities, not relying just on the audio, but on the text as well, the caption thing that we talked about. And then the invisible and cognitive disabilities, wherein it's not a visibility which is seen, but something which is related to our mental health. And it is important that we are able to address to that as well, making the reading more dyslexia friendly, let's say, or making it not too jarring, something that is easy to follow, is something that we can talk about when we talk about digital inclusion. Now, if I talk about closed captions, you all know closed caption have been around us for a few years now. It initially it started as something that was just to help with the videos having text, right? So that people with visual disabilities, people who were not able to understand, yeah, they were able to get the information from the text what is happening in the video. But now it not just help people with the hearing disabilities, it also helps people, let's say if they are in a noisy background, they are able to read what is happening in the video, what is being said in the video. If the video is, let's say, in a different language, you're able to get it in your own local language to understand it better. And a lot more ways. The closed captions are not only helping the auditory impaired people, it is also helping everyone else, making the content more accessible. So similar to the closed caption example, we have a lot of different such tools available. For example, your speech to text, text to speech. It is also helping us. Sometimes when you're not able to type, you can simply talk about it in the microphone and it will convert to the text and send it as a message. So irrespective of your abilities, you're still able to use such features to make your life easier. So similarly, we can think of more such facilities that are available to us, or tools that are available to us, which can be used the other way around to help the impaired. So there are some of the examples which are there. Real-time captioning is one of them. Speech and voice-based identification is there. Image descriptions, alternative text, and personalized accessibility settings. All of them is there. I'm not going to go into detail for this because I would really want to explore the tools with you. Okay. So there are a few tools. These are just some of them. There are a lot more available online, and definitely the tools that I'm talking about, we are going to explore the free version of it because in order to make it more accessible and inclusive, I think we should all focus towards open source tools which are available for anyone and everyone to use at all points in time. Okay. So these are a few tools. Have you heard of them before? Yeah, all of them. Magic School, you know. Canva, you know. Okay. So there are some other tools. Magic School, for example, it's a huge repository of a lot of tools. It has tools for making lesson plans, for assessments. You can give it prompts like you want to make it more inclusive or you want to make it for a specific audience. They can do that. It can convert your text, your topic into presentation. So a lot of tools are there to explore. Okay, on Magic School. That is one thing. Secondly, brain.fm is another tool which helps people focus using music. So people with, let's say, ADHD who have concentration problems, or even just people like all of us, if you want to focus or relax or meditate or concentrate, brain.fm is another tool wherein you can explore the therapy or power of music and how it can be used to enhance the productivity. Then there is Speechify. Speechify is another tool wherein it's sort of fun as well, interactive. It uses the voices of a lot of celebrities, and whatever content you put in it, it will start, like you can choose the celebrity voice, you can choose the speed on which they talk, and you can simply have a conversation with them, or they can help you understand a topic that you put, or they can read aloud the content that you put into it, and a lot of different auditory features are there. So basically something wherein you work with the voice, you work with the speech. There you can use Speechify. And Canva, of course, we all have explored, so I'm not going to get into it. But let's explore one of the tools, that is Ava. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show how it works. And you, if you want, you can work with me simultaneously on your phones or you can explore it later. Okay. So let me just, yeah. So Ava is a tool for captioning. Oh, yeah. It's a captioning tool. In real time, it helps caption your videos. So what happens is we are going to start with the free version of it. Okay. So if you click on caption now, it will ask you to sign up. You can simply sign up with a Google ID. I had already signed up, so I am hoping it will not ask me for the ID again. So yeah, as soon as you sign up, it will come to this page wherein it will ask, so whichever content you want to get captioned, it should be opened in a separate tab on the same browser. Okay. So let's say I have this digital inclusion video, YouTube video, which is by United Nations. I want to caption this video, okay, in real time. So what will happen is I'll simply go to this list. I'll click on that YouTube video. I'll share that tab with Ava. The tab is now sharing. I'll now go to the digital inclusion. I'll play the video. And as soon as I play the video, the captioning will start at Ava's end. Okay. So let's see. Can we increase the volume or something? So you can see, even though we are not able to hear it, it is happening there. It is also taking my voice because the microphone is on. But yeah, real-time captioning is happening for the video. So while the video plays, so if you try it yourself, you will realize while the video plays in the background, it will caption the entire thing here. So people who are unable to hear the video can actually read what is happening in it with the real-time captioning that is happening. You can increase the pace, decrease the pace, and change the languages. Font size if you want to increase. Yeah, so you can increase the font size. So as you see over here, you can simply increase it. You can change the language. There is the entire list of languages. Then you can also change the voice personality. And of course, there are other settings as well. So yeah, this tool can help you with real-time captioning for the videos which may not have auto captions as already in it. Because a lot of times auto captioning also has a lot of errors. And over here, this model has been tested a lot and has been, like it is able to give you better results. So of course. Yeah. Are you guys, do you guys want to try it right now? Yes. I am not using it with VPN. It's ava.me, M-E. ava.me, okay? Okay, so due to the paucity of time, maybe we should continue with the presentation. ava.me, ava.me, okay? That is the link. You can explore it. It still says the same. Okay. Let me check. It's available. Maybe you can try in a different browser or something. Maybe that will work. But yeah, it's working for me as well. Maybe you try a different browser or something, okay? Or incognito. So yeah, after this, I would like to conclude this session with the micro-learning module that Purnita was talking about. There is this AI for accessibility micro-learning module that we have launched in collaboration with ChangeInkk. Intel and ChangeInkk have launched it. And once again, let me just see if I can show it to you as well. Okay, so talking about this module, it's a very short module, okay, approximately 30 to 45-minute module. It is all about helping you understand why it is important for us to talk about accessibility, digital inclusion, especially when it comes to education. Okay, so the module covers topics like what is accessibility, intersection of AI and inclusion. Then it talks about the direct and indirect benefits of accessibility, ethical principles that revolve around it, and so on. And it's a very interactive, easy to use module, something that you can, self-learning kind of a journey it is. You can simply register and start going through it. There are a lot of quizzes in between. There are a lot of interactive elements in the module. All you need to do is go through it, complete it, and then you will also get a joint certification from Intel as well as ChangeInkk. So I'll share this link with Purnita, and she can share it with all of you in the communication that you're having. One last thing that I wanted to talk about is during the summit. Do you all know that there is this AI Impact Summit happening from 16th to 20th? Yeah. So during the summit, the India AI mission team as well as Intel are attempting a Guinness World Record on most pledges, AI responsible pledges taken in 24 hours. It's a digital pledge campaign in which we are trying to popularize or trying to talk about the responsible ethical use of AI. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll share more details about it with Purnita again. She can share it with all of you. And I would really request you all to participate in the digital pledge. It is going to be a part of the Guinness World Record attempt, and you'll be able to get, again, a digital badge from the India AI Métis in Intel for participating in the summit as well as in the Guinness attempt. It's a simple platform. It'll take less than 5 minutes. Put your name and details, attempt a short quiz about how to use AI responsibly, and then take the digital pledge, and that's about it. So I would really request if you can popularize the same in your schools, in your surroundings, to all of your colleagues and friends. That will be really great. So thank you so much for having me here. Have a great day, everyone.
Right. With this, I'd like to invite our next speaker, who's joined us virtually. Oh, sorry. Yes. With this, I would like to invite Purnita and Aprajita from the ChangeInkk Foundation to felicitate our speaker, Ms. Ambika Saxena from Intel. Thank you so much. Right. With this, we have our next expert who's joining us virtually. We have Dr. Richa, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Human-Centered Design at IIIT Delhi, whose work sits at the intersection of inclusive design, accessibility, and educational technologies, and who has led several projects on accessible and technology-enabled learning tools. She will discuss more about the questions that we have been discussing the entire day and share examples of how technology can support differentiated instruction. So with a round of applause, I would like to invite Dr. Richa. Richa, allow me a minute while I just share your PPT as well. But you can begin, please. Thank you.
Hello all, good afternoon, and I hope it has been a productive day for all of you. I would like to thank ChangeInkk and the organizing team of this event for inviting me and for this opportunity. And I hope whatever, like, few things which I can share from my own experience and my own knowledge base can be of some use to enable further discourse in this domain of AI enabled accessible education. One of the primary aspects which I will try to talk about is I will try to kind of lay the groundwork and some problems and challenges and how AI in general and AI technologies in general can support or facilitate answers to those questions. I'm sure some of them might have already been discussed, and as I'm aware that after my talk, there are some demos lined up, demos of technology innovations which are hoping to solve some of these challenges through AI. So just to begin, so what I have tried to do is just simplify the discourse in general of inclusive education in 4 verticals, and I will talk about each one of them. And if there, I'm happy to take questions in each vertical as well. So while my own research has been around inclusive design and accessibility, so in my lab, for example, we are looking at multimodal interaction for enabling, accessible educational material for persons with blindness, or looking at pedagogy for children who are dyslexic and how they can learn other vernacular languages of the country. So these are some of the problem statements that in my lab we're working on. But to kind of diversify and talk about the overall umbrella of inclusive education, which is enabled through AI, some of the problems and challenges is something which I would like to share with you today. So if we can change to the first slide. Can you change to the first slide? Yes. So one of the major verticals and one of the major overarching issues with the idea of inclusion itself is that it is dynamic, contextual, and it is hard to formalize. It is very hard to make standards around inclusion. And I hope, I'm sure most of you would be able to agree to it that, okay, every student has its own challenges. It may be sensory deprivation, it may be neurodivergent behavior, it may be other kind of aspects which can lead to exclusion. So and the students' needs can change across subjects, contexts, and various other parameters. And systems that force rigid labels and categories can pose a very important issue, even when we are dealing with the aspect of inclusion and trying to make standards or policies around it. Some of the major challenges is that teachers, and I'm sure most of you would resonate, teachers have to adapt as per each student and kind of customize your behavior and your evaluation mechanisms or your pedagogy according to individual students' needs. However, all those efforts kind of remain invisible, and growth and nuance in teaching and learning support is kind of poorly supported. So how AI can help in such challenges is that it is now possible to generate multiple representation of the same lesson using AI, right? AI models and AI tools, right? And I'm sure there might be some of the tools which have been discussed previously or in the upcoming sessions, which are able to do that. It may be to cater to linguistic diversity. It may be catering to cognitive diversities. So something you want to simplify, you want to explain in a different language, and you want to explain in a simplified manner. It is possible to regenerate those lessons in multiple formats. You can add, subtract images. You can add description of images for students who are visually impaired. You can feed the same lesson into a text to speech format for a student who is visually impaired. So all of those multimodal interaction systems can be enabled using AI, and it can also enable flexibility and customization and scaffolding without fixed labeling, right? So it's like inclusion is all about offering choices. So if as teachers, as education system, and as innovators, we can enable you and empower you to offer choices to your class, and they as students can pick whatever is convenient to them, it's in all likelihood going to enhance their learning experience in general. Can we move to the next slide, please? The next vertical about which I wanted to talk about was that inclusive teaching in general creates invisible teacher workload, right? A little bit we touched upon in the previous challenge also, that differentiation or feedback systems or translation that you have to do outside of the class, that adds to the workload. It requires more time, more resources, and probably all of those can now be enabled by AI supported innovations. Right? Tools often add work instead of reducing it. So you have to learn a new tool. You have to learn to use a new tool every now and then. So with AI-enabled tools, that adaptability and the speed of adaptability becomes easier. The learnability curve is also less steep, because it even for teachers, it is able to adapt to your timeline. It is able to adapt the tools. It is able to offer agentic support to the tools, or the other way around. The AI agents can help you in learning the tools very quickly. So all of those things it can support. Can you change the slide, please? Can we change to the next slide, please? Moving ahead, the third vertical, in which AI can work as an enabler, is assessment and evaluation. And the fact that assessment systems are very standardized, right? So the question paper has to be exactly the same for the entire class, and we have to also make sure standardization in order to ensure equity and fairness as well. So it is a fine line, and how to tread it is also a little bit difficult, particularly when it comes to evaluation and assessment in inclusive pedagogy. So standardization and time bound assessments, they do dominate. That is the biggest problem, and many learners become disadvantaged if they are unable to interact with that standard way of performing, that standard way of assessment, be it the kind of question paper, be it pen and paper type of answering, be it limited time which is given to the students to read the questions, write your answers, get it done within 2 hours, all of those. So for neurodivergent learners, that can be a very big issue. For students who are having sensory deprivations, that may be it may be another set of hurdles. So the challenges are primarily that the pedagogy is largely grading over assessing real learning. And there has been a lot of debate about these aspects globally, and it has slowly shifted to, so for example, CBSE also now is in the new NEP has now enabled continuous assessments for younger students and all of those. So the focus and the overall evaluation performance is not judged in just those 2 hours. and multimodal kind of performance and multimodal evaluation is also encouraged in schools. So one of few things are happening, but how AI and AI tools can enable work in this domain is it can definitely enable multiple assessment modalities. So it's not just about material representation in multiple formats, but also multiple assessment modalities. So students can easily interact with technology in different manners. So for example, earlier there was used to be the need for a scribe who would kind of write on behalf of a student who might be having a visual impairment, for example. So now we have these speech to text algorithms, which are now by the day be using better AI algorithms and more wider models and data sets which are looking at other vernacular languages of the country. The speech to text models have become very robust, and now that scribe can be replaced by an algorithm or a tool who can just take notes and convert the students' answers into text format, for example. And of course, there may be other such innovations in the domain. Other than that, it's the grading and the assessment patterns itself can be analyzed, and different types of learning patterns can be recognized using AI models, where just scores and marks out of 100 or marks out of 25, etc., don't really reflect learning, but there is also all of these other aspects of learning which is also kind of incorporated in the assessment. Other than that, it can also innovations using AI can also enable reflective assessment support, and it can generate reports which can enable and empower teachers also to assess, okay, what kind of inputs the student is unable to kind of respond to, what kind of lessons they are able to respond to. So they can identify some patterns and kind of try to cater to those specific needs with much more ease. Can we change the slide, please? Can we change the slide, please? Yeah. Not last but not the least, the fourth vertical stands in the direction of the risk of standardized pedagogy and what it entails in the domain of undermining teacher agency. So the more and more we talk about that, this tool can be the mediator between teacher and student. This tool can be helpful in doing X, this tool can helpful in doing Y. Are we taking away from the agency of teachers in the process? So one has to be careful, and innovators, I think, should be really wary about not just student requirements and catering to standardization, customization aspects of the students, but also consider aspects of teacher and how not to take away the value of personal interaction, the human to human interaction which happens in a classroom, which happens between a teacher and a student. How not to take away the real value of that, but just to augment it in some manner, right? So one of the biggest problems that we are seeing with AI models and AI-enabled tools is that somehow they have this very narrow understanding about what is good teaching or what is good learning, right? Because it is very philosophically grounded, and unfortunately, the models are still not able to really grasp the understanding of those philosophical grounding and theoretical aspects. But I'm sure it will catch up, but that is currently what is happening. And then there is also this pressure to conform to system recommendations. So that means that anything which has to be enabled by a certain technology is also bound by the limitations of that technology, right? However, many a times we have seen that teachers or students go beyond, above and beyond their personal limitations to help a certain student, or a student goes above and beyond his or her personal limitations to, you know, satiate his or her curiosity. So there are people or learners who can go beyond their capabilities, and there are teachers who can go beyond their capabilities. But however, technology is a little bit conformist in that approach. So we have to be a little bit careful that technology acts as an enabler and augments all of these aspects, rather than taking away the agency and taking away from human to human interaction, right? So some of the some of the aspects can be that AI tools provide suggestions. They don't write prescriptions. So we as humans also have to be careful that we don't blindly rely on all the information that it is churning out. And because it is very easy sometimes that, okay, it is quickly doing things for me, maybe I can skip the review or etc. But then it is advisable not to rely entirely blindly on AI generated material. Then other aspect is that what it can do, it can enable adaptation both from the students end as well as the teachers end. And it can bring in more transparency, and it can enable that transfer of information on a wider scale. So these are the few spaces where AI can act as an enabler. And my role here is to kind of incite these less spoken about verticals and less spoken about aspects of inclusive education, which most of the time kind of gets missed out on. So if you have any questions, or if you would like to add in your experiences to whatever I have mentioned, I'll be happy to answer or respond. Thank you for listening.
Questions for Dr. Richa over here? Yes, also for the online participants, should you have any questions, I will quickly copy paste them in the chat so that Richa will be able to see them, since she's also joined us virtually. Any questions? Right. All right. Thank you so much, Richa. But if you do get any questions, please let us know. We will record them and then have it sent to Richa, and then keep you all in the loop. So thank you very much. With the round of applause, I would like to thank Richa for joining us. In spite of her schedule, we're very happy that you could accommodate us. And yes, next time.
Thank you for enabling a virtual attendance. I'm really glad I could contribute. I hope I have incited a few verticals which can take this discourse further in the upcoming sessions. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Right. With this, we move on to our next session. We welcome Nitin Saluja, Director of Government and Public Affairs India at the Lego Group, whose work bridges play-based learning, policy, and inclusive education initiatives. We'll explore how technology can support play-based learning with a contribution from Lego. Their approach emphasizes hands-on experiential learning that can be adapted for diverse learners. Please put your hands together for Nitin.
Hi everyone. Am I loud? Yes. I was a theater artist for 11 years. And after that, now I'm doing the corporate job. Okay. Great. So I'll not need a mic. I will talk about my story first. And then we'll come back to the real substance in terms of talking about AI and education. Interesting story, and this will be on LinkedIn a couple of days from now. I sometimes say that my first graduation was in class 5. Did you do a graduation in class 5? थोड़ा सा तो engagement रखो यार. खाना बहुत अच्छा था. They all have energized. There was a lot of food. So I sometimes say that my first graduation was in class 5. I cleared it once at St. Stephen's in Chandigarh. Repeated it again at St. George's due to a lack of vacancy. तो क्या था कि class 5 मैंने St. George's में फिर से करने की कोशिश करी चंडीगढ़ से. My parents picked me up. They put me in Missouri in a boarding school. They took me back again in class 5 because there was no vacancy. Failed it the second time and finally cleared in the third year. 3 years of one class. मेरे टाइम पे AI नहीं था, right? At the time, it felt like a failure. With distance, I see it as a difficult transition from a familiar schooling environment into an English medium school system where language quietly decided confidence, pace, and belonging. This piece is about how language becomes an invisible barrier for many children, especially those moving across schools, cities, social contexts, etc., and about how early setbacks do not define the trajectory that follow. I was about to actually read the entire article, but I just read a snippet. So when I was in class 5, I didn't know how to speak English. I was from a Punjabi medium school, born and brought up in a small town in a place called Muktasar in Punjab. And then my parents one day decided that, I should learn English and I should go to a boarding school. Wahan gaya, miserably fail hua. My teachers were very, very supportive. And as a result, today I can speak English. My parents put a lot of effort. What they did, they picked me up during the vacation. Missouri mein thand padti hai. December, January, February mein. 3 months, they used to put me in Dehradun with a teacher who spoke in English. Her husband spoke in English. Both kids spoke in English. They had a little dog called Jenny who only followed instructions in English. और घर में जो दूध वाला भी आता था, उसमें भी इंग्लिश से में बात करते थे. तो बिना रेनिन मार्टिन के, बिना AI के, I learned how to speak English. How many years back? This was back in 1998. So if I can do it without AI, you all can do without AI, right? And many others can do without AI. But today's world has completely changed. I work for a brand which is very kids-centric. You heard about the Lego Group? Yes. Great. I'll keep it more simple for people who don't know. Lego is the only company, Lego Group is the only company in the world that had introduced brick-based interlocking system. जहां आप अलग-अलग bricks को इकट्ठा कर उसमें से कुछ बना सकते हो. कोई घर बनाता है, कोई plane बनाता है, कोई dog बनाता है. अलग-अलग IPs, we've launched. Now today, why I gave my example, because we're talking about inclusive and we're talking about education. And I was talking about my personal example in terms of how I felt excluded, from the environment where I operated, because वहां सब English बोलने वाले थे. But in today's world, how things have changed. Today, if I'm coming here, right, this is a long speech which I've prepared. So what I did last night, I put the larger narrative that is there in place, which the Lego Group stands for. Then I have my own personal narrative. मैं क्या बताना चाहता हूं मैंने वो भी लिखा. और तीसरा एजेंडा आपका क्या है वो भी लगा दिया मैंने. और चैट जीपीटी पे दे एंटर. 10 मिनट में पूरी स्पीच बन के आ 10 सेकंड में आई हैड द एंटायर 10 मिनट स्पीच विद मी. तो अगर मैं सारी पढ़ूंगा आप सब सो जाओगे. What I'm telling you is how things have changed over the last couple of years. I'm giving my own personal example in terms of from 1998 to now. Now that the curious question that I now have, or even as a kid, that do we really need AI? Yes or no? आप as parents बताओ, आप as individuals बताओ, आप as teachers बताओ, do you need AI or no? We need it. अगर नहीं होगा तो क्या हो जाएगा? खाना हजम नहीं होगा. We don't need it. यार थोड़ा सा तो इंटरैक्टिव बनाओ. सारी जान मेरे से निकलवा लो. बोलो बोलो. Tell me. We don't need it actively. What else? Simplify your work, right? और क्या है? Necessary. Okay. You'll be excluded. Okay. What else? इस साइड भी इन्होंने खाना ज्यादा खाया है आज. बताइए please.
I think it's needed where like screen reader is an option that is very useful.
See, so we have mixed answers, right? Some people say we need it, some people say we don't need it. Now the fact is, the way the world is progressing, there's a big FOMO that everyone has. Fear of missing out. उसने क्या किया? चलो जी social media पे फटाफट जाओ देखो. I worked at Facebook for 3.5 years. I worked at Amazon for 5 years. And now I'm working for a brand which is completely different. So from tech policy, I've come to toys. Has anything changed in my life? I'm less glued into tech. Life is in fact better, right? But having said whatever, the different inputs that came in the room, for inclusive education, it is important because what we've learned through research, the Lego group also invests heavy in different researches where we've seen that people who come from different backgrounds, AI use, if AI is used, it helps them to learn faster or supports. किसी ने supporting की बात करा था. So there is document research and evidence that shows that AI does help. अगर मैं class 5 में उस time पर English मुझे नहीं आती थी, आज हम not just English, Hindi or any other language, instantly in fraction of seconds, people right now have stopped, say like for example, stopped the Google search and have gone to ChatGPT or other platforms to get answers. पेट में दर्द हो रहा है, best medicine कौन सी है, वो भी बता रहा है, right? So things have changed. Now what I want to highlight here is that for AI to meaningfully support inclusive play-based learning, 3 simple principles matter. Okay, and I'm going to talk about these 3 principles. Today is going to be my shortest speech amongst all other speakers. First, AI should augment learning and not replace it. Children do not need AI to think for them. They need tools that help them think better. In inclusive classrooms, learning is practical, social, and non-linear. AI works best when it quietly removes friction, supports exploration, and gives teachers more space to teach rather than making decisions for children. I have a 7-year-old daughter at home. I have not introduced her to AI. I have introduced her to the Lego bricks and tons of physical playing. And her world is perfectly working fast, absolutely working fine. The point that I'm trying to make is, while it does help in terms of me getting the answers for a school homework at times, because कभी-कभी ऐसे assignments आती हैं school से कि मेरे पास खुद जवाब नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे respond करूं my daughter's assignment, because schooling has also changed over time. So I resort to getting answers from different AI websites at times. But I don't pass on that answers directly to my daughter. The reason is I don't want her to stop thinking. So what I'm doing is I know the answer, but then I'm not telling her the answer. But whenever she's telling me the wrong answer, I'm trying to sort of channelize her to get to the right answer. Maybe I'm dumb because I need ChatGPT, but my daughter, I don't want to make her dumb, because otherwise she will stop thinking. She will stop taking decisions. And hence, the first point that I made was it is extremely critical, how AI should be used, to augment learning and not to replace. Okay. Second, inclusion means respecting how children actually learn. What does this mean? I have my daughter also attending chess classes over the weekend. ये सब फर्जीपना नहीं है, factual है. 7 साल की बच्ची है, घर पे ये होता है, right? So when she's playing chess with a computer or with the other person, right? She's still using, or there are tons of other online classes which she does. What she's using is she's still using her movement. She's still interacting in different ways and forms, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is children learn through hands, through movement, through interaction. She studies right now in Heritage. The first 3 years of her schooling, that was your KG, and then first, now she's in second. तो मैं पूछता गुलनाज आज क्या किया? पापा आज पानी और पत्तों से खेल के आए हैं हम. तो मैंने कहा यार पानी और पत्तों के लिए हम 1 लाख की सैलरी दे रहे हैं, मतलब 1 लाख की हम फीस दे रहे हैं. So imagine there are a huge amount of sort of changes that have happened in the school curriculum as well, so that kids can actually learn through experiments, right? And that's what a dedicated school where she goes, embraces experimentation in their entire process, in their entire upbringing, right? So children learn through hands, movement, and interaction. Research consistently shows that even in digital environments, children prefer physical, creative, and collaborative exercises and experiences. AI should connect back to play, not pull children away from it. Inclusion is not about more screen time. It is about better learning. Exactly the same points that I just made. Last point. Children should not be a passive subjects to AI. Children want to understand AI and not to be managed by it. Play-based learning offers a powerful way for children to explore how AI works, where its limits are, and when not to rely on it. This builds confidence, critical thinking, agency, which are essential for inclusion in an AI-shaped world. This approach matters just as much for teachers as well. Who all are teachers in the room here? Raise your hand. Please, और ऊपर करें. Okay, great. You as teachers, आप कितना AI use करते हैं? मैम, आप टीचर हैं? तो whole day. ऐसा क्या मतलब ऐसा क्या करते हो? तो क्या मतलब बच्चे ने अगर शीट दी उसको ChatGPT में लगा के ठीक फिर letter to the principal, draft a letter to the principal asking for sick leave. Okay, what else? What do you use ChatGPT for or other AI material or website? Sorry. जो भी कॉम्प्लेक्स है उसको सिंप्लीफाई करने के लिए. वेरी गुड. और क्वेश्चन पेपर डिजाइनिंग के लिए. ओह ब्रिलियंट. अगर आप प्रॉम्प्ट दोगे ChatGPT को डिजाइन अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन पेपर व्हिच किड्स आर नॉट एबल टू सॉल्व, तो वो वैसा बना देगा. प्लीज बताएं. वर्कशीट्स. व्हाट डू यू नीड? ड्राफ्ट वर्कशीट्स फॉर स्टूडेंट्स. आप एक बात बताओ मुझे, why can't all this work? I'm talking about inclusivity here, and I told you about my example. यहाँ एक खड़ा सबूत है, right? आपके सामने. We talk about inclusivity and we talk about education, right? Why can't it not happen? I know, and I said I'm a supporter of AI, but why can't it happen few things without AI? Is it just to simplify our lives? कि हम घर में ओके if I क्वेश्चन पेपर मैं खुद बनाने जाऊंगा तो 1 घंटा लगेगा. ChatGPT में 2 मिनट के अंदर 100 मार्क्स का क्वेश्चन पेपर बन के आ जाएगा, राइट? या वर्कशीट बनाने में आपको आई थिंक यू विल टेक 2 मिनट्स मैक्स. prompt जैसे आप लिखोगे. What else? अच्छा, teachers here in the room who don't use AI, raise your hand. Please be honest. आप use नहीं करते? तो कैसा चल रहा है आपका life? Please don't talk there. Okay. Play-based learning, learning through play. Great. It's not easy, right? It's not easy. Now, learning through play, play is it's a fundamental right of every child, right? And how do you in your classrooms, irrespective of what class you are in, अगर मैं आज अगर सेमिनार देने आता और किसी पिटे स्टाइल में पढ़ता और ये पढ़ के यहाँ से निकल जाता, आपको कुछ समझ आता? अंग्रेजी बोलने वाले या सुनने वाले एक दो चीजें ड्रॉप करते, हाँ लेगो से आया था, बहुत बढ़िया बोल के गया, अंग्रेजी पटाखेदार थी, right? But if I would not have told my story, if I wouldn't have made it more interactive, if I wouldn't have engaged and given a personal touch, कुछ फर्क है? शायद उतना ही फर्क AI और एक real human engagement में है. That's the limited sort of point that I want to make. Let's use AI, but use it as an enabler to strengthen your existing or to simplify your existing work that you want to do, but not replace the traditional sort of style of it should be an add-on to your existing setup. So educators today are under immense pressure. AI can help, but only if it is designed to support teachers, not monitor or overwhelm them. When AI reduces workload and supports the pedagogy, it enables inclusion. When it adds complexity, it undermines it. So what does success look like? It looks like classrooms where AI supports diverse learning journeys without dominating them. It looks like teachers feeling empowered and not replaced. किसी को डर लग रहा है यहाँ टीचर्स को कि हम रिप्लेस हो जाएंगे? लग रहा है. अच्छा, कितने empowered फील करते हैं? How many of you feel empowered? इतना AI यूज करने के बाद भी 3 जाने ही हैं. Okay. So it looks like teachers feeling empowered and not replaced, and it looks like children learning through play, the curiosity, the collaboration, with AI as a tool and not the center of attention. Above all, it looks like well-being remaining the North Star. AI has a real potential to support inclusive education, but only if we remain clear about one thing. And with this, I'll end. Technology must adapt to childhood. Childhood must never adapt to technology. If we keep play, inclusion, and child well-being at the heart of our decisions, AI can become a quiet but a powerful ally in building learning pathways that truly work for every child. With this, I would like to thank you, and thanks for engaging with me. And I would always want you to sort of go back, reflect on what I've said, and see, how you can make your existing life better with the use of AI. But at the same time, do not sort of discourage kids not to use AI. If it helps in enabling them and improving better learning outcomes, you should sort of include. There's also tons of research where we've heard and seen, especially enabled children, right, actually resonate with play, learning through play. And there are a lot of documents, sort of, documented evidence, which, there's a research which I can share offline if you're interested. In fact, there was a couple of days back, so I aggressively even write on LinkedIn on host of issues. And there was an article that I'd written what I said today on, AI. And I was talking about specifically, since we were all preparing for this AI summit, and I was looking at my daughter doing something, and I was just seeing how the kid is growing in the age of AI, right? And I thought, to write and express my views. And lately, I just shared a detailed article on LinkedIn. So in case you want to sort of, if you feel and you resonate with what I've said, please connect back and read that article. Would love to get your feedback, and thank you so much for patiently listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nitin. I think that was what we needed to listen to right after a lecture. I think it's kind of refreshing to hear another perspective on what we've been discussing throughout the day. And thank you so much, Nitin, for joining us. I know, and we respect everyone's schedule who's making time for us, right from the attendees to the speakers who've joined us. I would now request Aprajita from ChangeInkk Foundation to felicitate Nitin Saluja from Lego. Can we have a round of applause? Thank you. Right. Thank you so much. And now we have a demo and a whole lecture by on open education resources resources tool developed by SEMCA, Commonwealth of Learning, which supports lesson planning and assessments for personalized learning. Please welcome T. Khalid, who brings extensive experience in open source educational resources and has worked with governments and institutions across the Commonwealth to strengthen inclusive teaching materials. Thank you. Yeah.
Can I move it with this?
Yes, I think you can.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Khalid. I'm from the Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia. We are the regional center for Commonwealth of Learning, Canada. So we work in South Asian Commonwealth countries. So today, so first of all, I would like to thank ChangeInkk DELNET and MASH for organizing such a wonderful event. It's always interesting to interact with teachers. And I believe we have librarians, special educators. I think we have a mix of group, right? So it's wonderful to have here. And I'm going to talk about something completely different. But yeah, we are going to talk about AI and teachers. Or maybe, we can talk about AI and librarians. So we can talk about AI and special educators. So we're going to talk about teacher in the loop AI. Now, when I say teacher in the loop AI, if you are a librarian, think about librarian in the loop AI, a trainer in the loop AI, or a special educator in the loop AI. Now, we have heard from our experts. It has been very interesting to listen to all the stories and, learning a lot about inclusive education, even though that's not basically where I'm from. I'm from AI and skills. Now, when talk about, one thing is very clear. I was also closely observing all the comments, all the pros and cons about AI. Some are concerned whether AI is going to take off, teacher's job, whether AI is going to replace. So maybe I'll cover some of those areas in my presentation. I'll try to make it very quick as possible. Now, one thing is very clear, whether you like AI or not, your students are actually using it. So that is very clear. Students have already used it. So it's not about whether you want to use it or not. It's about how you want to use it and how you don't want to use it. So that is the difference. Now, we did a small study. Can we change the slide? Okay. No, I think before this, there might be a slide. Okay. Okay. Please. Okay. So we did a small study among the teachers just to understand how teachers are perceiving AI. Now, every day in the education sector, one or another tool is coming in, and you all know that you might have heard a lot of tools. You don't even remember. After attending each session, you hear about new tools, and next session you don't even remember what tool you heard. So that many tools are being launched. Now, the fun fact is, are teachers involved in designing such tools, or are you just becoming the consumers? You are getting tools are being pushed to you. Now there is a tool, okay, you know that, okay, there is a tool, I can use it. You are actually adjusting yourself for whatever companies are producing. Now, when we interacted with teachers, it was interesting to understand there are 4 types of teachers when it comes to AI. First thing is proactive users. So some of the teachers has already started using AI, and they have already started, applying it in their daily life, using in the classroom. Maybe, some of you can relate that. I think that's why you all are here. You all, you might include in the proactive user or cautious user. Now, cautious users they know about AI, but they're not using a lot, but they are using it. Third is aware but hesitant. Now, some teachers, they are aware of whatever is happening, but they are just too afraid to use it right now. They're still waiting for, some time, or maybe learning much more so that they can be more confident enough to start using it. Now, there comes the fourth one, skeptical, or we call it traditionalist. They are the most chill people. We are happy with the way things are going. We don't want to change. Everything is smooth. Everything is working for me. I don't want to make any change. I'm happy with it. Now, the thing is, with traditionalists, what happens? They don't want to change. Now, when it comes to AI, I can give you a simple example. So, and one of my colleague was also here. So, usually, when we talk about maybe, geopolitics or what's happening around the world, whenever my colleagues talk about these topics, I always tell her, I'm a political. I don't have an opinion on that. I don't have an opinion on this. I don't have interest. Then she used to tell me, you will not have any opinion until it actually affects you. So once it's actually affecting you, then I will have an opinion. So that actually was a very thoughtful, information. Then I started thinking about these teachers. So if we talk about AI, it's not about whether you want to adopt it or not. It's whether you adopt it now or later. Give you a small example. We all are using smartphone. If I go back 20 years back, would anyone would think that after 20 years, okay, I'm going to use smartphone every day. I'm going to use WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook. No, right? We are living in a way that even our grandparents are using smartphones. They are using Facebook. They are using Instagram. We would have never thought this in 20 years back. So this is how technology, we are born, humans are designed in a way that we evolve, we innovate. There is always a purpose why we innovate something new, because we want to make our life easier again and again. So it's a longer run. There is nothing as, you are not using it. It's either you use it now or use it later. So you can be the fast runner or you can be the chaser. So that's the only thing. So that's what I wanted to bring in now. Okay. Now specifically talking about teachers and AI. Now I want to bring an understand. So in the room, we had one of the major question. Is AI going to replace teacher? Now this is one of the questions that I always get whenever I interact with teachers or anyone. Are AI going to replace us? My simple answer is AI is not going to replace you, but AI, those teachers who are skilled with AI will definitely replace the teacher who are not skilled with AI. We are looking at a future where each and every subject is going to teach this, let's say journalism, let's say mass communication, let's say language. Every subject will have a technology component in the future. Without technology, it's just that you will be left out. You will be left out, you will struggle, then you will realize, okay, then now I have to adopt, but it will be very late. You will be the last person on the run. Now moving ahead, now it's also important, we can't just let AI to do whatever it wants. It's very important to bring the collaborative approach. So what we are looking at right now, so what I mentioned about teacher in the loop AI, we are looking at AI is all about personalization. I can simply go to Google, search something, Google will give me something. But if I want something very specific and personalized for me, that's where I might go and use ChatGPT, right? That's where I might go and use Gemini. Now, personalization when comes only when the tool knows me or know where I am coming from, what I do, or it need to understand who I am actually. Now, when we talk about any tool which are available right now, we follow one pattern. Experts are the one who designed the tool, and teachers or whoever is the user, they just consume it. WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, any tool that you're using, you are not the one who designed it. There is a tool, experts designed it, you are consuming it. But right now, we are living in an era where collaborative design approaches are important, or we call it human-centric approaches, where people should be involved in the designing process. Now, when it comes to education space, it's very important because we are dealing with students. We cannot teach students anything. The teachers should be actively involved. So there is a need of involving teachers in the designing process. So your role in the age of AI is not limited with 4 classroom walls. It's you have to actively get involved in the designing process of AI or designing process of any futuristic technology. Now you are going to ask me, okay, it's a great speech. You are right. How are we going to do that? Now that's where I'm here to tell you how you as a teacher are not just going to teach, but also actively get involved in designing such tools that you're going to use next time. Now that's where teacher in the loop AI or collaborative design approaches comes in. Now can you move to the next slide? Okay. So what we did, we came up with this idea about teacher in the loop AI, or we call it human in the loop AI approach. Now we all know that AI can actually, now the idea is developing an AI tool, or maybe, the idea is to come up with an AI tool or working with an AI tool, and along with a set of teachers, and continuously engaging the teachers with over a period of time, where the teachers continuously interact with the tool, and the teachers are, working with the tool to ensure that the tool actually responds to their need. I can go to ChatGPT, I can go to Gemini. Are you sure ChatGPT is designed specifically for India? Are you sure in the ChatGPT is specifically designed for a classroom in Haryana or Delhi? It's a global tool. And how they get data? They just take data from the whole internet. Now the idea is how we make culturally relevant things. I cannot teach a student from Sirsa or Narela or maybe Tirupati, with an example which relates to maybe, USA, or which an example which the student is not able to relate the next day. That's how they learn, right? If I go to Jodhpur, maybe that student is not aware of what is Ola and Uber. But if I give an example of Ola and Uber, that student cannot apply it directly in her or his real life example. So that's why we have to ensure these tools actually listen to us. We have to ensure whatever content that you might be using tools, ChatGPT to create lesson plans, teaching material, activity, but are they really responding? Are they really looking at your classroom? Are they really listening to you? Now that's why it's important to train these tools with the support of teacher, or that's where teachers are important. I can create any AI tool today. If I, let's say for a biology, if I want to create an AI tool, all I need is a set of data. Then I can just create an AI tool, then I can start working with it, then it will start creating, it will start generating solution. Now the question is it enough? Data is enough, or is there anything that, most importantly, is there anything else that is needed? That's for, the magic ingredient for AI. Data. You look at ChatGPT, Gemini, everything is trained based on data which is available. Now what is the magic ingredient when it comes to teaching, when it comes to education? Is pedagogy. Pedagogy is how a teacher is teaching. Now if I look at everyone here, each one of you have your own creativity, your own way of teaching, your own intelligence. It's different, right? You have your own teaching style. Now imagine you are able to train a model telling that AI. So AI can collect data from textbook, but AI cannot take how a teacher teach. That the teacher has to tell the tool, this is how I teach, and this is how I want my solution to be. This is how I want you to create solutions for me. Now the second important thing is classroom reality. AI can generate research. AI doesn't know what is the class. A classroom in Narela is different. A classroom in Hoskas is different. Only the teachers can tell the tool that, okay, this class, this is my audience, this is class. So AI doesn't know the classroom reality. AI doesn't know cultural relevance. AI doesn't know the real audience. You are creating a resource. Does AI know that to whom this resource is going to used? No, right? So that's why it's important. Teachers, or let's say librarians, or let's say special educators, if the tool is designed for you, it's important you are involved in it. So what we did was we created a cohort of teacher. We started with 80 teachers, then we have a cohort of 200 teachers right now. We are working with this approach in 5 different countries, including Ghana, Samoa, Kenya, Jamaica, and in India we started with mathematics, because we believe mathematics is something very complicated. So we also wanted to see how AI can support, and how teacher involvement is going to actually change the results that AI is going to produce. Now we worked with a set of 200 teachers to understand, and also to build a system where they can actually contribute in the designing process of such tools. Can you go to the next slide? Can we go? No. Why it's not visible? Okay. Okay. So this is Teacher in the Loop AI initiative. As I told you, we started with working with subject mathematics. We created a cohort of teacher. Now you know what we did first? We called all the teachers. The teachers, 200 teachers, are from different state of India. They represent different classroom, different set of students, different set of challenges. We brought them together. We told them, you all sit together and identify. We gave them the NCERT textbook. We told them, identify what are the challenging areas which you find difficult to teach, as well as students find difficult to learn. Now, there will be some areas where you find it easy to teach, but students find it difficult to learn. Identify it and tell us what are the problems where you need the help of AI. Now, the teachers sit together with a mechanism that we created, which was completely participatory. We identify the problem. Now we started training the tool based on that identified problem. Now you can see that the solutions are going to work for that specific area of teachers' needs. After that, we need data to train, right? We did a crowdsourcing. We asked teachers, okay, we all know that for all the challenging area, no matter what difficult topic it is, every teacher, when it comes to a difficult topic, they have their ace card under their sleeves. Every teacher has a specific way of teaching that specific topic. Now imagine we have 100 people here. 100 people has 100 way of teaching. Imagine training, involving all these teachers in training a model. That basically means I'm asking a question to 100 people together, and I'm just picking the best answer from it, and it's made available for everyone. And it's not just representing a classroom from Delhi, it represents a classroom from Haryana, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, across the country, making it culturally relevant to India, aligned with our national curriculum standards. Now, I told you cohort of teachers, 200 teachers. And then what we did was we brought them together. We started providing them some training so that, they are well prepared to work with the tool and also create tangible outcomes. After that, after providing training and workshop to boost their existing pedagogical knowledge, we started doing workshop where the teacher actually work with the tool. Now, this is the best part. AI requires data. AI is just like, how you teach your students. Every time you have to correct it. If the student is making a mistake, you have to tell the student, okay, this was wrong. Next time the student will not repeat the mistake. Just like that, every time, the teachers work with the tool, they develop educational resources. Every time AI make mistake, because, starting, if you just provide some data, AI will be giving some wrong answer. Teacher criticize the tool. That's actually what we want. Teacher to criticize the tool and give feedback and tell the tool, okay, you have given me something like this. This is not what we want. This is wrong. This is not representing my classroom. For my classroom, things are different. Now the teacher will add some point to it. Whatever resource the AI has developed, teacher will curate it. I believe you might be aware of the term curation, right? So teacher created with the support of AI. Now teacher curated it, given that back to the AI. Now next time if you ask the same question, AI will give you a better answer. Now can this be done with anyone else other than the teacher? So you have a better role. You have a role as a co-designer, as well as a validator for an AI tool or any technology. You should be the one validating. You should be the one telling the tool that, telling the developers that this is not right, this is wrong. Now imagine we are doing multiple workshops like this where teachers are creating resources, curating resources. Apart from that, teachers, we have also developed a mentor-mentee system where teachers has a mentor, and as a group they work together, and there is also a process called peer review. Now resource, let's say one of the teacher developed a resource. Now that same teacher cannot review it. So we let the peers to review it. And what happens when we do 2-3 workshop, we have developed a lot of educational resources. As a byproduct, we are training the model, but as a byproduct, a lot of educational resources are being produced. Now these resources are peer reviewed, and we publish these resources as open educational resources. There is a difference when it comes to free and open. Free means I can go to YouTube and see a Byju's video. It's a free video. The moment I download it and post it in my YouTube, I'll get copyright, because that's only free. That's not openly available. But if an educational resource is openly available, let's see, we are all privileged, right? We can use AI tools. Go to any tier 3 city or any rural area, they are not able to access educational resources as we are able to access. Now these resources, or India is, if we talk about teachers from India, they are very advanced compared to any teacher from Africa or any other country, because you cannot just bring anything to Indian teachers. They are like, we have better, we don't want this to, because Indian teachers are always innovative and they are exploring new tools. Some of you, after attending a lot of workshop, you might have came across 100 and 150, or maybe you might have seen better tools. So what I want to tell you is the teacher in the loop AI approach, where we are looking at how teachers can actively get involved in designing process. not just teachers learning about AI tools and using in their classroom, but also stepping in and actively contributing in this process. So we have an AI tool which we have developed, but as of now, this tool is only made available for the specific cohort of teacher. Now the idea of I also don't like, I believe you all are running out of time. The idea is we are also looking at how we can expand to other subject areas. We can now my question would be, are you as a teacher ready to contribute to such an innovative approach? What is your call? What do you think as a teacher, whether you should be involved in it, or whether you think it's important that such tools should be informed and teachers should be involved in such process? What's your call? Yes or no? Yes, right? So do we have any other slides? No, right? No, next. Yeah, can you just open it? So this is the tool. I don't want to take much of your time. Now, if you see, this is the tool. The tool, we're using this tool, you can generate topic content, which is actually less topic content. You can create lesson plan. You can create classroom activity. I'll just show a demonstration. Now this, whatever I told you, the approach is never about the tool. I don't want to tell you, okay, this is the best tool available. It's about what you get out of it. It's about how you are involved in it. It's about the approach. It's about your involvement making a difference. Now if I will just select mathematics. Let's go to biology. I'm not typing a lot. See, this is a lesson structure. I think it's a little slow. Oh, shit. No, I think. Okay, got it. A little bit. So you can create lesson plan, you can create activity, you can create lesson structures, or maybe topic like teaching material, anything you can create out of it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Right now, it's a pilot study. We are actually, see, the tool is still, see, each time we do a workshop, teacher gives the feedback. So we will only release this tool once we are completely sure that the tool is actually responding to all the teacher's requirement, where teacher doesn't need to do a lot of curation. You can see the process. Now, the tool is only available for those teachers who are already there in the cohort, which are basically mathematics teachers as of now. But as I mentioned, we are also looking at how we can involve other teachers and make this as an institutionalized program, maybe through NCRT or CBSE, where all the teachers are able to take part in this program. And there is also one more thing, that imagine you as a teacher from one corner of India is able to produce your own educational resource and publish it as an open educational resource with your own creativity. So this is where we come up with this idea of AI becoming an assistive tool. I think I have taken a lot of time. So thank you so much for your time. Definitely we'll share the details with the team. Thank you.